majority having arrived, I will call to order the Finance Committee meeting of Monday, October 13th, 2025, and ask staff to please call the roll.
Council President Vitiver.
Here.
Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Govindarajan.
Here.
Alder Madison.
Here.
Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Mary of Corn.
Thank you. Our first item is public comment, and unless there is objection, I thought we could take all of our public comment up front. We have one registrant wishing to speak in general public comment, and then comment on two items 3 and 16. Is there any objection to just moving through all the public comment at once? Seeing none, we will start there. Our first registrant wishing to speak is on item 1, which is general public comment. That's Amelia Royko-Maher from Arena, Wisconsin, representing the community response team. Do we have Amelia?
Mayor, I don't see Amelia in attendance.
Okay. Then the next item we have comment on is item 3, which is creating new or modifying existing classifications for position placement in the Finance Department operating budget. Our first registrant wishing to speak is Michael Keto of District 4, to be followed by Sophia Britchford, to be followed by Christine Powell. Do we have Mike?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Alders. Despite a new memo from the Finance Director and a captive audience meeting with him this morning, I remain opposed to the reallocation and reclassification of positions in finance. Today's new memo does answer my questions about why this change is not occurring through this democratic process. It is that the Finance Director doesn't need your approval to cut services. He claims that one FTE on our team has historically done Finance Department work, but he fails to understand two key facts about the 2024 data he is citing. First is that half the hours allocated to finance were really poll worker scheduling and payroll done while sitting next to the Finance Department phone that wasn't ringing. Secondly, that pie chart doesn't represent 3 positions. It represents the equivalent of 3.5 positions. That accounts for when we are doing work for 2 agencies at the same time, we count those hours separately while we are staffing desks. That memo also speculates that the clerks may need us less next year. I don't know what city he means, but that's not the city of Madison. We were told this morning that if workload were to become a problem, he'd monitor the situation. I'm telling you that workload has been a problem for years. This year so far, we have turned down 105 days worth of requests from other agencies. That's nearly half a position, only 3/4 of the way through the year. It's a good thing there's no November election in odd-numbered years. I have a suggestion about how we should address overwork on our team. First, cancel the new wasteful supervisor position and instead hire a lead worker to actually enhance the capacity of our team. 3/4 of that position description is administrative work and office management that the current management team is not doing. So this is a proposal that hires a new supervisor to do work that isn't getting done by managers who also want to reclass at the same time. I think we should maybe move that lead worker in all 3 of our positions to another agency that will use them more wisely and as part of Team City. In the meantime, let's pump the brakes on this $300,000 plus reclassification until after you, the people's elected representatives, decide what the budget priorities are. Service to the public or raises for managers in the midst of austerity for everyone else. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Sophia Britchford of District 6, to be followed by Christine Powell, to be followed by Ben Ratliff. We have Sophia.
Mayor, I don't see Sophia, but I do see Amelia in attendance now.
We'll circle back to item 1 then. Then how about Christine Powell of Middleton, Wisconsin, to be followed by Ben Ratliff?
Hello. Hi, my name is Christine Powell. I'm with the Streets Division, only speaking here as a City of Madison employee, not as any sort of official Streets Division person. I just want to come to speak in against item number 3, but for the administrative support team. I am a customer of them. I have had them cover for me previously with when I was out sick with COVID, when I had a vacation, and then I didn't have a coworker to cover my vacation because we do have problems with retaining a second person in my office. So it's very important for me to be able to use the leave that I earn as a city employee to have someone who can do the job if there isn't someone in my office to cover, which has been frequent. I've been solo this year 2 months. Last year it was 4 months. So being able to use my leave and still not, have to come back to a week's worth of paperwork is very important. I think we need to look carefully at any sort of reorganization to make sure that we are not missing one of the key departments that makes the city run as part of Team City, which is the people who can jump in and do a job that they don't normally do and do it well, so you don't have to unsnarl mistakes later on. And that they've done really well for that for us. So I know that the official budget, because I looked through it today, does not have anything about eliminating parts of that team, but I've heard that it is on the table. So for any sort of reorganization, please consider asking directly the finance leadership to make sure that that's not part 2 of their plan, because we really need a bigger administrative support team, not a smaller one. That is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ben Ratliff of District 9, representing AFSCME Council 32. And then we'll try again for Sophia. Do we have Ben?
Yes, Mayor, I'm here. Hello.
All right, go ahead.
Hi, folks. My name is Ben Ratliff. I work with AFSCME Council 32. I'm the field representative who works with employees at with our employee associations at the Dane County, the City of Madison, and the Madison Metro School District. And I'd spoken with Mike over the weekend about this position reallocation or potential elimination, and with several folks who also have a lot of concerns about the impact of the county budget deficit and how that's going to impact various city agencies and city services. And I just wanted to share that, as field representative for the county as well, I obviously spending a lot of time with a bunch of folks, both from the employee group side and from the administration and on the county board of supervisors, and we're all really looking for ways to try and maintain services and retain talented people and handle this budget crisis in a way that allows us to someday come out the other side of it relatively intact and capable of carrying out the goals of the organization in the future. And when I talked to Mike about the Team City and the work that they did, it really struck me as such a gift to the city there. We've been talking, one of the ideas being tossed around and being discussed at the county is, how can our various departments share resources, and including people, in order to keep folks, maybe even create some full-time jobs where people are looking for some and just increase efficiencies, and this administrative support team sounds like exactly that. So I would just encourage you to. I'm glad everyone's here. Thank you for listening and taking our comments, and I just encourage you to keep this team whole, and at some point in the future, if you can find it, restore that 4th position as well. As I understand it used to be 4 positions, and then it was 3, and I hate to see it go down to 2. So, again, thank you. And y'all take care.
Thank you. Let's try one more time for Sophia Britchford.
Mayor, I don't see Sophia in attendance.
Okay. Then that are the registrants wishing to speak on item 3. Are there questions for any of the registrants on item 3? Alder Madison?
Thanks, Mayor. For Christina Powell.
Christine Powell?
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to hear more about what it looks like. I know you were mentioning, when folks might be off or wanting to take their vacation or leave, just what does it look like to come back if there are, not someone to cover your days off when you're away, for example?
It looks like a whole lot of paper. So we are very much not a paperless office. I have one of sort of the weird jobs that is partly email, partly phone, and a whole lot of paperwork. The phones can be forwarded to the east side, but not all of the paperwork can. Like the last time I was out, we did this roundabout thing, which involved like faxing things and then emailing things, emailing it back, printing things off in different offices. But I have on any given day, 97 CDLs that need to be physically checked, 87 CDLs that need to be checked. Paperwork from the street sweepers, the tonnages from the day before. There's just so much physical paper. It's hard to do that remotely. I'm sitting, I think I've had 2 months now with no backup because my person who was my backup is now promoted. So good on her. I'm happy for that. But I'm also sitting on 97 hours of comp time and I think 40 of vacation right now. And it only gets busier in winter. So in order to take vacation, we need to be either able to request some help or I need to shove it all onto the other side of town.
Gotcha. And then my apologies for my ignorance about the A team, but we got an email today and then just your comments earlier stuck out to me. So just in general, because I'm also in general, if you could just give me anything else you like Alders, especially for me to know about the A team.
Yeah.
I grew up on the A team, watching the A team, so I asked it's called the A team. I don't know if that's the official name or just what y'all started calling it, but I love that title. But if you just give me an overall summary, anything else you might want to add to help me understand the importance of the work.
A good example, when I got COVID, we didn't have a backup. My boss, I didn't know how long I was going to be out. We had Mike Quito come in. He hadn't worked in the office in 4 years. He was still able to do our daily cart sheet. He was still able to remember mostly the recycling rules and the weird things about, you don't schedule this on the same day as they empty the trash. You need to schedule the day after so the trash cart's empty. He remembered it all because he'd done it, over and over in the past. So you can't, that's an normal office temp wouldn't be able to do that. You need to actually work in a department and plan ahead to train. So I know if I take a day off or if I take a week's vacation, I can tell him, okay, these are the things coming up. We're just moving into the brush season. And I know that he'll be able to catch on to that. So that's why they're the A team, because it's tough to get that level of detail with some people. And that is literally what they do. They just know everyone's jobs.
So it sounds like that everybody's pretty much understands the various processes, very much process-oriented folks, or?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. And they have to be spreadsheet wizards. So I think I actually had to have Mike Little unwizard my spreadsheet because he made it better, and I didn't know how to use it then. But yeah, no, I'm deeply grateful of having their backup.
Perfect. All right. Thank you for giving me a bit more.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll go on to item 16, which is the 2026 Executive Operating Budget. We have 2 registrants wishing to speak. The first is Mike Quito of District 4, to be followed by Barbie Jackson. So can we bring Mike back, please?
I'm happy to save you the time and only answer questions if you have them.
Okay. Are there Then we'll go to Barbie Jackson of District 7, representing Moses.
Good evening. My name is Barbie Jackson. I'm the Vice President of Moses, a member of its Justice and Policing Task Force, and a 58-year resident of Madison. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight on behalf of Moses. We call on the Finance Committee to approve the funding of the Office of the Independent Monitor as specified in the Mayor's 2026 Executive Operating Budget and as declared in writing by the Moses President. Moses supports the ongoing viability of the Office of the Independent Monitor and the Police Civilian Oversight Board. Our mission is to build collective power to dismantle the systems of mass incarceration and mass supervision, and to eradicate the racial disparities in our community that contribute to them. Eradication of racial disparities in policing is a key responsibility charged to the OIM and the PCOB with full participation by impacted community members. Existing disparities in policing of racial, economically disadvantaged, and other protected groups persist despite efforts to date. It is critical to the equitable safety and fair treatment of all community members to assure the ongoing viability of the OIM and the PCOB as these entities develop the policies, procedures, and actions necessary to execute their responsibilities. The Madison Police Department Policy and Procedure Review final report was delivered in 2019 following a 4-year analysis by an ad hoc committee established by the Madison Police Department. This committee obtained comprehensive review of the MPD by the National OIR Group of California and a subsequent public engagement process, which was representative of the diverse constituencies of the city of Madison to ensure inclusion of those voices. We acknowledge that the startup of the OIM and the PCOB has been challenged by a fraught series of hiring efforts and subsequent personnel issues. Nevertheless, the principles and recommendations made in this report still pertain. It is critical to the well-being of our community that the City of Madison persevere in its support of these developing agencies. Moses makes this call on behalf of the 22 congregations represented on our leadership board, including several Lutheran, Episcopal, Methodist, UCC, Unitarian, and Black churches, as well as Madison's Friends Meeting, Unity of Madison, Catholic Call to Action, and Holy...
You have about 20 seconds left.
Okay, who unanimously approved support for the ongoing viability of the OIM and the PCOB, which entails sufficient funding to maintain a fully staffed OIM. Please assure the viability of these critical services by continuing the funding of the Office of the Independent Monitor in the 2026 operating budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And although we have moved on from item 3, I'll note that Sophia Richford, who had registered to speak on item 3, also registered as available to answer questions on item 16 and is actually here on the Zoom if a member of the body wishes to ask her a question. Those are all the registrants we have wishing to speak on item 16. Are there questions for registrants? Seeing Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. I have questions of Mike Guido, but also wanted to maybe give the opportunity to Sophia to go ahead first and ask her the question then. My question, whatever your preference is, Mayor.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah. So why don't I ask her is she with us for sure?
Yes.
I'd love to see you promoted. Okay. I'm sorry you were a little late joining our meeting.
Hi, can people hear me? I'm sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties and I can't hear anybody else.
We can hear you. But
is that like
can you hear us now?
Thumbs up for you can hear me, I hope?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Still no, huh?
But Alder, why don't you go ahead and ask Mike?
Hear me now.
Your questions, and we'll see if we can get the technical difficulty worked out.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Mike, thanks for joining us. You had referenced at the beginning of your testimony on agenda item number 3 that you had received the finance director's memo to us of a few hours ago. Could you just explain, I guess you kind of covered this, but could you explain, do you believe that there are any factual inaccuracies in that memo, in that representation that was shared with us? Not as it relates to the finance department classification study, but as it relates to the A team and their current work and past work.
Thank you. I think I'm unmuted now. Thank you. Sorry, what I heard the question was whether there's any factual inaccuracies in the memo. I guess for one thing, I guess I'm dismayed to discover that the personnel rules would ostensibly allow a switch, and now I understand why the vacant position was left open, reclassed to a management position, rather than move. And I'm not being clear at all, but many actions now make more sense to me that I see this option in the rules. I did explain that I don't think the little pie chart of hours properly shows that it's more than a pie. Like the pie is bigger than 3 people, and does not, and really inflates the amount of work that was allocated to finance in 2024. It's not factually inaccurate, but it's a bit of a gloss to point out that one of us has been assigned to cover the vacant front desk position. That was a choice that management made to leave that Comp Group 20 position vacant for about 14 months and have it reclassed to a management position that we didn't ask for. So by taking away those extra duties that were added to us a year ago, it is simply continuing the harm of us being understaffed. An extra job's worth of work was added to us, and now a person and a job are being removed from us simultaneously. It doesn't move us forward in any way. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, thank you. And then the other area I wanted to ask, and I will be asking this of the city clerk later during the budget hearing, but as you well know, Mike, I'm a longtime chief inspector going back decades, and so I'm well aware of the A team's scheduling of not only us chiefs, but also all election officials for, well, decades, as far as I can remember. Under the proposed elimination of one FTE A-team member, do you believe then that the scheduling of election officials would be transferred either wholly or mostly then to the clerk's office?
I don't think they currently have the capacity to absorb that work. They have been through a crisis nonstop since 2020. We have really been in emergency mode with election administration, and have just been struggling to maintain a level of service that our voters deserve. We're now in a position where HR wants to create some more jobs in the clerk's office, but this is the beginning of a process of restoring them to a balance of having enough of their own staff to do their normal work. We're not anywhere near a position for them to have something put back on their plate that we've been doing almost exclusively since, if I'm not mistaken, 2011 or 2012. It was a huge task that was always not coming off well. And we were coming in at the last minute to try to rescue things. So in 2015, we asked, can we just take over the whole kit and caboodle from step one so that we can prevent the crisis before it happens? And I think you'll agree that we have been doing a much better job of getting you lists of who's working at your polling place in advance of Election Day, of making sure we have enough bodies to prevent crippling wait times on Election Day. And that's work we're very proud of. It gives us energy to be able to support the excellent work of the clerk's office, and a pleasure to just sit back on the back end and make these bureaucratic wheels turn for them so that they can go out and do amazing things with training, with the public, with just the million things that they have to do for Election Day. It's really a privilege to be enabling them to shine and succeed.
Yes, well, I think for those that don't know, you're an unsung hero as it relates to election administration here, and including creating the SharePoint database for election officials. Lastly, you had mentioned in an email that I received, and I don't know who all the recipients were, if it was the email to the finance committee, I guess, from you, but you had said that you and your colleagues on the A team would prefer not to be reclassed. Can you speak to that? You actually are saying that you would like to give up a pay raise as opposed to having a team member position be reallocated?
Yes, thank you. If that choice were placed before us, I'm seeing that the fiscal note for this item is over $300,000. That's more than enough money to fund a position on our team. So if the Treasury desperately needs another administrative position, I would go without a raise, and Sophia would go without. We would be happy to not get that reclass, that not have the level of our work recognized. If it means affording enough staff, we shouldn't be making a decision where workers are pitted against workers by a budget decision. But we've sacrificed before to make this municipality run well, and we would do so again. It's terrifying to consider going into another major 4-election year without a full team. On a very personal note, it nearly kills me in 2022, and I don't know if I have it in me to do it again.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Should we try again to see if Sophia's technical issues have been resolved?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm good to go now. Thanks for your patience.
Can you hear us?
I definitely can now. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Thanks for your patience. Anyway, so yeah, I'm Sophia Richard. I'm the other member of the A team that's still on. I'm my administrative support clerk 2, as listed in the budget there. So I guess I want to start out by saying that Mike is in fact speaking for both of us. We did talk about it. We would take no pay raise if we could get in return adequate staffing for our team. I think the issue that I have with this is that they're acting like there's not going to be a loss of service level if they remove one of our positions, but that's just not true. So I don't know if they just don't understand everything that we're doing or what exactly is going on, because we do have a vacancy on the team as of about 2 weeks ago, and until last week, we thought they were going to fill it. We have only been handling the finance front desk stuff. That was when I joined in 2024. That was not our job. Like any other front desk, we only covered that desk when the person who had that job was out for whatever reason. And then, we did it for longer term when they were looking for somebody new, and then they got somebody new, and that person moved to Treasury, and we were doing it again. And I think at first that was kind of represented us as being temporary too, until it wasn't. And then they moved us downstairs, that position, and Rebecca was doing it more recently, but before that, she and I were basically switching off every week. So in the memo, it said that having this treasury position would make it easier for them to take payments during like tax season, but it actually wouldn't speed that process up at all because there are only 2 seats in the window. And during tax season this last year, they had us in that other seat taking payments and taxes and doing cashiering in addition to all the other things we were doing. So I don't think that if we didn't have a 3-person team where we could roll some of these other things over that can be done remotely, we would have even been able to cover that. So I think that in a way, our resiliency as a team has come back to bite us here. But yeah, just that's pretty much where I am with that. I don't think that, potentially more, positions than clerk would be great, but we don't have that right now. And I'm like looking ahead to what's happening soon. And I would really much rather have another teammate. Thanks.
Are there any additional questions?
Yeah, thank you, Sophia. Because you went into some detail about you and Mike's work in Treasury, one of the areas that's mentioned in various memos as it relates to Treasury's workload are dog and cat licenses. Is that something that the A-team historically has gone down to the first floor and helped with?
Yes, it is. And in fact, when we're doing dog and cat licenses, which is basically mostly like at the beginning of the year is when that's really busy. This last year, they had 2 A-team members in there, one doing dog and cat licenses and one doing the front desk. So that's not like a one person from the A-team situation who can handle both of those things either.
Thank you. Thanks again, Sophia. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for registrants on item 16? Seeing none, then we'll circle back to general public comment, agenda item 1. And we have 2 registrants wishing to speak. The first is Amelia Royko-Maurer of Arena, Wisconsin, representing the community response team, to be followed by Erica Bach. Do you have Amelia?
Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, my name is Amelia Royko-Maurer, and I am a founding member of the community response team. We have served over the last 12 years as an ad hoc community-based, in a way, police oversight and liaison for community members to police oversight. I am calling today to ask that you fully fund the Office of the Independent Monitor. Despite having so little funding in a highly challenging and restrictive situation, over the past 10 months, Dr. Gillembeck, who is currently their data analyst, built a collaborative relationship with both the public and the police department to produce quality work shared through multiple reports that serve to make Madison residents and police officers safer and healthier. Few could produce such quality work under the same chaotic situation with the same financial constraints, under the same consistent attacks. And I doubt the rest of the data analysts listed in this budget are required the same kind of advocacy in order to get paid a living wage. I understand that in order to save this office's position for the data analyst, Dr. Gillembeck offered to get paid, as a part-time, half-time person or for fewer hours. We see what he has done, what his commitment is. And I really hope that I had hoped to see his budget fully restored without a lot of advocacy, as I see in this budget for multiple departments that have data analysts. I'll wait and see if they're on here asking to get paid fully, but I doubt they'll have to do that. So I'm asking that it is time to show respect and care where both are due here, and restore the funding of that position and for the OIM as a whole. And as the time comes where the new IM position is filled, hopefully with a highly skilled and competent leader we'll be able to see this office flourish. I think that what we've seen come out of the data analyst position, despite the current situation,
you have about 30 seconds left,
offers a lot of promise. And so please, Mayor and Council, please restore the funding. This shouldn't require this level of advocacy work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next registrant on this item is Erica Bach of Middleton, Wisconsin. Do we have Erica? Erica, you should be able to unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council committee members. I want to start by thanking you all. Budgets are always challenging in any fiscal situation where there are difficult choices to be made. And I really appreciate the opportunity for the public to be heard as well. I also am in support of restoring the funding for the Office of the Independent Monitor. Within this past calendar year, there was a large outcry for this office to be able to retain its funding. It was positioned up against the Imagination Center, which thank you to Alder Madison for making sure that reading and comprehension are part of the greater good for all Madisonians. We'd like to make sure that the same thing is applied for accountability for all greater good of all Madisonians, especially with the newly appointed Chief Patterson coming from an internal perspective. We believe that the Office of the Independent Monitor is actually going to be a very big boon to that position because it holds up a mirror for things that may have been lost by way of rank and file. And so the data analyst position, again, hoping that it will be restored at full-time funding. Much like the speaker previously is willing to make sacrifices for the greater good, so too is Dr. Golembek, and we've seen this over a number of years. The Office of Independent Monitor data analyst is going to be an extremely important position, especially while an interim role is filled, and then the interview process and selection process for the full-time independent monitor permanent position. So we cannot afford to stop now, especially with the idea that the current Justice Department has actually done away with the police accountability database. That's something that can be verified by any one of you. It's even more important now that we do not have federal oversight, that the City of Madison continue to be a leader in this regard. The Office of Independent Monitor came as a result of many of your esteemed colleagues, dating back all the way to Alder Bedar. And this effort began over 10 years ago in 2015. So we'd really love to see that it continue in a steadfast manner with full funding. Again, we know that budgets will present you all with a lot of opportunities to have your moral values, our city's moral values reflected, and we believe that accountability is one of those. So I'd like to ask again for full support of the data analyst position. And thank you again for all you do.
Thank you. Are there any questions for either of the registrants on item 1? Seeing none, that will bring us to the end of public comment. So are there any disclosures or recusals from members of the body on today's agenda? Seeing none. And we'll move on to the consent agenda. By virtue of public comment, we'll have items 3 and 16 separated. Are there any other items that members of the body would like to see separated from today's agenda? Seeing none. Then President Vitiver, a motion on the consent agenda excluding items 3 and 16?
Move to adopt all but items 3 and 16.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of those items and the recommendations therein? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. That will take us to item 3, which is Legistar 90172, create or modify existing classifications for position placement in the Finance Department operating budget. On item 3, I understand that others have asked for a bit of a presentation from staff on this. So without objection, we'll just go right to that and then do questions. Dave, do you want to walk through this one?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Finance Committee members. I think you all received a copy of a memo that we developed trying to explain some of the issues before you. Item number 3 specifically is a series of reclasses to about 29 positions in the finance department. And the memo explains that. There's also the attached memo from HR and the analysis that they did on that. It also explains the, why don't I just share a screen quickly, just so everybody has the memo in front of them. Can everyone see that? Thank you. You'll just see the summary of key issues. The Legistar item that's before you is that 29 position reclass. We've had other resolutions that have been adopted by the council regarding a series of accounting technicians in the treasury and purchasing sections, as well as the program assistant that used to provide front desk services that would be reclassed or has been reclassed to administrative services supervisor. That was approved by the council through resolution. It's that position that will supervise the A-team. We've used that word quite a bit. A-team is short for administrative support team. So that position will directly supervise, schedule, and also be available to help with both election workload and possibly agency workload. We also have, as you're aware, under resolution and personnel rules, or a resolution approved by the council and personnel rules as well, that allow for administrative changes to reclassify positions under certain circumstances. Within the last 3 weeks, the position that we had assigned to finance front desk activities, which is one of the members of the administrative support team, became vacant. And in looking at that, as we do with every position vacancy, we identified that reclassing that position would be a more efficient way of providing that work, providing that service to other agencies and the public. And then focusing the remaining 2 positions on the administrative support team towards non-finance activities. And so that's really what's explained in the memo. The specific resolution before you today is really the product of over 2 years of effort by the finance department, as well as HR, in comprehensively reviewing most of the positions in the finance department towards an eye of both internal and external market comparability, and as well as being informed by the compensation study. And so that's been approved by the personnel board. It's now before you today to move forward with that effort that has been in the works now for a couple of years. So that's a very quick overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dave. Are there questions for staff on item 3? Alder Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess the first question that comes to mind is just based on what Christine Powell, Kristen or Christine, y'all? I'm sorry. Which one is it?
Christine.
Christine. So I'm really just, my biggest concern or wanting to know more is, how does this change workload? Does it change it at all? Does it just reorient sort of how the workload will look? That's, I guess, the number one thing I want to understand.
Well, our view is it would reorient the workload. So we'd have two staff that would no longer, those two staff would not support any finance activities on the A team. From the information that's provided in the memo, there's a chart in there that shows the amount of time spent by agency, and you'll notice that a significant portion of the three positions on the administrative support team is in finance. So that will go away, and then the two staff plus possibly some of the work of that new administrative services supervisor would be dedicated or allocated towards the agencies. And the example that you heard today will hopefully continue to be met, but we'll continue to review that and to the extent practicable, continue to support those requests from agencies that we can meet. And we have been able to meet that specific type of request in the past. Now, so yes, to answer your question, that's the.
I'm still a little confused, and again, at this late in the day, without a lot of coffee and back-to-back meetings, I'm confusing myself potentially. But I just want to be sure. I'm not certain that I'm hearing that level of support would still be there. Like you're hoping that it would be there. Our
expectation is if it has been filled in the past, it'll continue to be filled going forward.
Okay. All right. I think I'm going to have another question, but I'll see if someone else has a question for now.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions? Alder Vitever?
I kind of feel like I need a little bit of just a history of the A team. It sounds actually like a really innovative approach to providing administrative support cross-departmentally. And so why does it sit in the finance department in the first place? And why don't we have a bigger A team that's across, so that we have fewer silos and that there's administrative support across more departments even than this? I don't know. Can you give me some of that background?
Well, I'll do what I can. It's been here. It's been in the finance department since I have been with the city. So that's 14 years. And it's been a part of the finance department for longer than that. My understanding, and I'm sure there's others who will correct me, is that long in the past there was a word processing and typist pool, and that got converted to the administrative support type effort that we see today over many years. The election effort, which is really over the past roughly 12 years, as you heard from Mike Ito, that was not a part of that team's effort until that time when really there were issues in the clerk's office with being able to manage the scheduling of elections officials, and in particular the payroll associated with that as well. And a lot of work had to be done around payroll with various reporting requirements for federal withholding and things like that really need to be streamlined. And a lot of credit to Mike Ito for his work on that. And with the we had to sort of take that over from the clerk's office to be sure it got done. So that's a very, very kind of general history of it and to where we are today.
And then is the expectation that with the clerk's office reorg that a lot of these efforts that the A team is currently undertaking with election support, they won't need to do anymore because the clerk's office will have more capacity?
Well, I think to start with, it's really the clerk's office responsibility to handle the scheduling and all aspects of the election efforts. And I'm sure others can speak to this a lot more than I can, but there was this intense study over the last several months about the future of the clerk's office and the best way, I think, to staff it. And you see the results of that in the executive operating budget. With, I think, the goal of it is the clerk's responsibility to handle handle elections going forward. Now, how that sort of plays out over the near term, I think is still yet to be determined.
I think just to point out that that study was done in part by HR, and Director Hilson is here if you have questions about that. But I think Dave is correct that it's our intention moving forward to make sure that we're fully staffing the clerk's office to conduct what they need to do, to not just obviously to run elections, but to do the entirety of their work.
Yeah. And then I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. So you're taking a person and moving them into supervisory position. And so are they then going to have 2 or 3 staff reporting to them in this new supervisory position?
They'll have 4 staff reporting to them. There'll be 2 on the document services team and 2 on the administrative support team.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because at the state we have a requirement that you have to have at least 3 people under you to be a supervisor. So just checking that.
Well, we're qualified with the state then. So.
What was that?
We're qualified with the state.
Yeah. And then there was just this, the comment from the AFSCME representative about the impact of the county budget on city operations. I didn't follow that line of reasoning. And so I was just wondering if you felt there was anything that would wind up sort of cascading down to the city from challenges with the county's budget. I mean, I think we understand sort of the human services side, but aside from that, I wasn't following that train of logic. So just wondering if you have any insight.
I do not, and I was not following that train of logic either. So.
Okay, thank you. And then I do have a question for Erin, since she's on. Just curious about, so we've talked about clerk's office and we've talked about finance, and I know obviously there's the compensation study. So just curious if there's other departments that are going through these pretty substantial reorganizations.
Yeah, no, there aren't other agencies going through this. We did have a number of classification studies that were put on hold pending the results of the comp study. And we do have enough of results. We're going to be sharing in a few weeks the results of at least the pay plans that have been developed by Baker Tilly related to those positions. But finance had a number of positions that had not been studied for a number of years. And our concern is that they were sort of woefully out of pace with the market. We did find, it was sort of surprising results. We did find some positions really out of pace and others not, and then had to go through a process of sort of really looking at what folks did sort of internally comparably speaking in order to arrive at a structure that made sense given the folks that needed to move, to maintain also some of that internal comparability related to the type of work each staff person was doing. I will note there were a number of positions that we recommended be reclassified that had not been included as part of the request to study. We really took a holistic look at the whole agency and felt like we needed to make all of the adjustments necessary. Hence, like, for example, a couple of the adjustments on the A team. I think both of those classifications are moving up a range or so.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison, questions?
Yes, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. So I appreciate y'all patience. But we got an email from Karen, who works at the Monona Terrace. And I guess I want to also understand, does this have any impact on how they may receive, support in her role? So she talks about, they've needed front desk coverage. They've been dependent on the A team. The A team has been an asset for them. And there is some concerns about 4 positions being cut down to 3. So I guess I'm just curious in general for this A team, in all of the city agencies, like how will this have an impact on Karen, for example, and just in general? Or we're just not there yet with all the different offices that have been going through this reclassification or reorganization, I guess.
Our goal is to continue to meet the requests at the level that we have under the current structure with one of those 8 team members working at the finance front desk. And perhaps in certain situations, the administrative services supervisor, who we're currently in recruitment now, might be able to augment that effort. But admittedly, we are not able to fill every request, and we have not been able to fill every request. And going back to your earlier question, Alder Madison, about the individual from streets, I think what we heard was that that need is there because streets has a vacancy that has not been filled. And so those are things I think agencies need to balance as well. Their priority in filling positions, and then really the ability to back that up with other resources in the city. So I hope that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rivera, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I have questions for both HR and Finance. Why don't I start with Director Hilson, please, Aaron? You already answered some of the questions I was planning to ask you, but I wanted to just say that when I saw this resolution introduced at the last council meeting, I was kind of taken aback because it seemed it was the cart before the horse because of the timing of the Baker-Tilly compensation study that we haven't seen. Obviously, you say that information will largely become available the first week in November, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Baker Tilly will be coming in for some in-person meetings with staff and some virtual meetings with staff that first week of November.
So, but then when I read Bill Wick's extensive report, I think it's 15 or 16 pages long, where he does mention the compensation study numerous times and states that this was largely educated by Baker Tilly's work. And then I heard him say that again at the Personnel Board meeting when this was before the Personnel Board. That certainly reassured me that was the case. I realize that this study's been underway or the request has been in for almost 2 years now, and we're talking about a huge amount of back pay owed to these employees, most likely when, assuming this will be adopted, which I presume it will be. But I guess my question is about the timing of it. Does it seem a little odd, the optics that this is before us, before that Baker Tilly information is publicly available? And will we be seeing a flood of reclasses now that work has largely been completed by our consultants?
Yeah. So I'm hoping not. We had a mandate to complete all of the position studies that were outstanding before the end of the year. And I will acknowledge that it has taken some extra time for Baker Tilly to finalize their compensation plan. We started receiving drafts in March. I had anticipated having a final plan in August. It's turning into November before that final plan is received. So that's not ideal, but I will also say, we had a conversation early on, Director Schmidtke and I, related to this study and whether or not to just sort of wait through the compensation study in whole before even really looking at all of the classifications in finance, but listen to the employees who really felt their positions had been so out of alignment with, honestly, both the market and some of the internal comparables, because they hadn't been studied for so long, that we agreed that it was important to at least get that work started, knowing that we needed to also build it on the findings in the compensation study, or it wouldn't be valid, months after we completed it. So, so this was the plan all along. I know I have reminded folks all the way through that we would be completing this as soon as we had adequate information from Baker Tilly. I'd kind of hoped that would have been sooner this summer, but these things do take time if they're going to be done correctly. So, so that's a little bit about the timing.
Yeah, thanks.
I would just add, Alder, that this isn't the only case in which we have brought information forward from the Baker Tilly study to inform other pieces, that are in process. So we have been trying to make sure that as we are advancing various things, that we're relying on the information that we have as best we can, even though the study's not fully finalized in public.
Thank you.
If I could just add to that, our clerk study is one such example where we really looked at within that study, also the comp study findings related to the clerk's office, and sort of where an assistant director should reasonably be placed and what sort of responsibilities should fall within that position. So it's just a good example of what the mayor's sharing in terms of our reliance on those findings, even as we're still waiting for Baker Tilly to kind of get them finalized and help us communicate that information to staff.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense. And to ensure I heard you correctly in your response to Council President's earlier questions, did you say, as it relates to this resolution and the 29 positions that were studied, that both the market and internal comparables that were studied, that in some cases they actually weren't how do I put this? Anyway, that they perhaps surprised Bill in that they weren't as out of whack with the market, or did I miss what you were saying? Go ahead.
Yes, sorry. I think some of the positions that I would have anticipated would have come in with findings much higher than they were reasonably comparable or just above, and so made more sense sort of to increase a single range in some of those examples. I know there was a couple of examples where we ended up with a couple of range increase, only a couple, but where it wouldn't have necessarily been, going into it, those positions that we would have anticipated resulting in that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, historically, we've heard, for example, that we aren't competitive with public accountants.
Yeah.
That we can't compete with the private sector. That's one reason why we've had difficulty with internal auditors.
Yeah. And yet I'll say our risk manager is an example of one where it was more significantly out of alignment, and we wouldn't have necessarily expected that.
Well, I plan to ask Eric a question in a moment, so it's a good segue. Let me just ask you this lastly, and I obviously could ask our finance director this one, but as it relates to the A-team controversy, have you and Dave already administratively approved the change?
I have not yet received the administrative approval for that. change. I think it's somewhere in process, but I have not received it yet.
Okay. Thank you very much, Aaron. And then Mayor, if I could pivot to Finance Department leadership.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Since Risk Manager Eric VM's name was mentioned, thanks for joining us, Eric. It's not often we see you at our Finance Committee meetings. I appreciate you being here, obviously, given the controversy with the A-team position being moved to Treasury. And I should also say congratulations on your soon-to-be well-deserved reclass. But let me say that Dave's memo that we received this afternoon was helpful and interesting to me, especially that donut chart, which I presume you're familiar with and have in front of you, and the information largely came from you. Is that one question I have, and I'm just looking at it, frankly, as I ask the question, is in the actual memo, and maybe this is also for you, Dave, I suppose as the author of the memo, I should be asking you this and not Eric, but in the donut hole chart, or donut chart, I should say, with the hole in the middle, with the I don't see CDA housing listed, but in the actual memo, it mentions that CDA housing is a major focus, and I know historically that it has been for the A-team to go to across the street to the municipal building and out in the various CDA housing sites. Can you speak to that? Is CDA housing not actually as large that it should be in this donut chart?
Thank you, Alder. The CDA housing is the next largest group that the A-team serves after the mayor's office. They're within a percent or two on the amount of time that the A-team provides to them. So CDA housing is in with the 13% for other.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Yep. And then the more important question I did want to ask you is about the amount of requests that you historically received since you took on this, I'll say, thankless task, not thankless of supervising the great A-team members, but thankless task of deciding which agency requests to be able to comply with, and which ones you have to make the difficult decision of denying based on the limited resources. Could you speak, Eric, to about what that level of requests is and how it's evolved over the last few years? First of all, how many years have you supervised the A-team now? Was it since Kay Bentley retired?
Actually, in between Kay and myself was another supervisor. So I was trying to think when I took over, I think it was either late 18 or 2019.
Okay.
That I took over supervision of the A-team. And to give you an idea of how I set up the schedule, in about July or August, I ask the clerk's office for their list of requests for the next year, and then move on to the mayor's office and housing. And then there is a couple other regular requests that I get from agencies that we either do something every other week, every week. So I build the calendar out with all those standing requests that we have. And that is how the calendar is started. And then as the ad hoc requests come in, as they come in, so we may get requests a day before. So I could get a request today for someone for either tomorrow or let's say Thursday. And if there's room in the calendar, we provide that. But it really starts with building it out with the clerk's office requests, the mayor's office requests, housing, and then if there's open spots, we fill those for people. So we have our standard requests that we start with.
And those are the ones you mentioned, that the clerk's office has always been the priority since you've been in this position of supervising the A-team.
Correct. Yep.
And you say the mayor is second.
Yep.
As opposed to first. Interesting. Anyway, in any event,
our clerks need them more than we do, or have historically needed them. Hopefully not, won't be true going forward, but.
You and Lila are very selfless, Mayor, in that regard, obviously. So anyway, Eric, so would you say that you are actually having to say no more often than not, even when you had 3 FTEs, or is that an over-exaggeration? Do you always get routinely more requests than you can fulfill?
I would say on a yearly basis, yes, I do get more requests. I mean, I do have to say no. I mean, there has not been a year that I haven't had to say no to someone, the individuals. We're getting them with less notice now. And so we do get more no's. I mean, if someone can tell me a couple, like a month out or more, I might be able to rearrange the schedule a little bit and discuss with the A team if we can accept an assignment. But when it comes in and the calendar is already out, it makes it very difficult to assign. And now with filling a front desk position, if I have 3 requests, it's very difficult to have 2 people answer 3 different phones at the same time, or maybe 4, So what we do is, if I have a front desk request and then there's paperwork or something where they're not answering the phone, they will actually take 2 assignments at once. So if they're filling the front desk at the mayor's office, for example, they often will be doing election official scheduling at the same time. Mm-hmm. But to have them answer the mayor phone and the Monona Terrace phone, that's something we can't do. That's very difficult because you have that opportunity to have 2 phone calls coming in at the same time for one person to answer.
Yeah,
I don't. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Yeah, it's obviously quite a juggling act for all parties concerned. Yeah, and then just moving forward, assuming that, in my estimation, unfortunately, so in my opinion, unfortunately, if indeed the administrative approval is granted and we go ahead with the reduction from 3 to 2 members of the A team, you and I'll say Kay's successor anyway, the new supervisor who will take on the tasks from you for scheduling, it's your understanding, based on what we heard our finance director say in this meeting, that the finance department actually would never then utilize the A team moving forward?
That is the proposal. Yes, because right now we have, up until the individual left the A team, their essentially permanent assignment was the finance front desk. So that left me with 2 people to assign to other departments. So going forward, we will not have to do that assignment, and that coverage for that desk will be managed by the Treasury. And not, so if there's going to be a vacancy at our front desk, the A team is not the one that's expected to fill that going forward.
When did that position change where an A team member was always now downstairs in the Treasury front desk? When did that start again? Was that fairly recent?
I think it was like August of 24.
Okay.
Around that time.
And then just referring to this donut chart one last time in Dave's memo from this afternoon. So it has treasurer 11%, finance 21%. So that 30, so just so I understand correctly, and Dave also please jump in if I'm getting this wrong. That 31% of hours in the last calendar year, that 32% of hours that the team provided would no longer be assumed to be covered in any way, shape, or form by the A team members.
That's
moving
correct.
forward?
Yes,
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks very much, Eric, and thank you, Dave, for confirming that as well. I'll yield, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa-Cole, questions for staff? Alder Figueroa-Cole, you're muted if you're speaking.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm having a little bit of difficulty with my connection, so I missed most of the questions before Mike was speaking. So I'm not going to ask any questions for staff. So I'm just going to move on from just a simple question for Aaron. So you can please answer, Aaron, for when these changes happen administratively, what is the process of communicating down to the managers and to the departments what the changes are?
Do you mean when there's an administrative action?
Yes.
So it's the responsibility then of the director and any supervisors within that agency to communicate what the changes that they've requested, how it's going to be effectuated, what that means for their own positions, and any other information that would be pertinent.
And so if someone has an issue with the changes, is there a mechanism for them to roll that back up all the way back to HR?
We take feedback from staff all the time, but a structural decision like that is under the purview of the department head, typically that would roll back up to the department head to respond to.
So was this particular issue brought up to your attention?
It's my understanding that Manager Eric Viam and Director David Schmidtke did have communications with staff in a couple of different ways over the course of the last week or so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison?
Thanks, Mayor. I think this is my last question for whomever can answer it. There was a mention of the kind of skills like, spreadsheet wizards for folks who work as part of this A-team. I guess I'm just curious, do all the folks, I guess my first question is, what is the top skill driver? Like what's driving the request for this kind of support? Like what are the skills that folks are most likely to need when they're asking for some sort of administrative support?
Usually it's front desk type of support. So it might be answering the phones. It might be some Excel type work, data entry. Might be P-card reconciliation at times. And then, of course, there's the election side of this as well with the scheduling and so on.
Okay, and then I guess the follow-up to that, having been an administrative specialist back in the day and always having a heavy workload, especially if I took time off, I guess my next question is, are all the folks who normally, offices can depend on have all of those skills necessary? Like whether it's, answering phones, P-card, spreadsheets, does everybody in general have those skills to pull from?
If you mean in the agencies, yes, typically they have program assistants or administrative type clerks that they hire for in some instances to handle this work, and the skill set is what they're hiring for in those classifications.
Gotcha. And then I think my very last question, and it could be in the memo, but again, long work day for me. I guess my next question, I'm trying to understand, the person we heard from earlier, I forget her exact number of hours that she had sitting. I think it was 97 hours of comp time and 40 hours of vacation. How does this change sort of impact folks from being able to take time off?
Issues around compensation, time, and use of leave is really up to the agency and the agency head. This is not really an issue for the administrative support team or finance to have to handle with those employees. So how they schedule the time within the agency, how they make sure that they're staffed in the agency to do that. The A-team's role is really, if there's a request to backfill because of certain types of issues, that's the role that that we play with that.
Gotcha. And then just to clarify, an A-team, a person part of the A-team could be filling a position while someone is on vacation or taking some sort of leave. Is that correct? Am I understanding it correctly?
Yes.
That could be one of the reasons, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Just going to remind us that what's actually before us right now is creating new or modifying existing classifications in the finance department. It does impact the A-team, but does not impact the number of positions on the A-team. So I've given us a pretty broad leeway, considering that there's not really another forum for alders to talk about this issue. But we also have a number of agency briefings yet before us this evening. So I would encourage us to keep our questions brief and perhaps not be repetitive. Alder Evers, questions for staff?
Thank you, Mayor. I have just one question, and I don't know if it's best to Aaron or to Dave. And would there be any harm if we were to punt on this and postpone responded to this request for this reorg until Finance Committee members have a longer time to digest your memo? I attended a memorial service today. I haven't been able to dive into it. I sense that staff are upset about this. References to Team City and foregoing raises and all those kinds of things are compelling to me personally. I'm wondering how you would feel if we were to delay action on this, refer it to our next meeting.
Alder, let me return back to what's actually before us. So the question of whether to reallocate the vacant A-team position is not before us, and frankly won't be before this body because it's an administrative approval. So that item is not coming to the Finance Committee. What's before you is whether or not other positions in the Finance Department should be reclassified. So, and the memo that you received speaks more to the public comment than to the actual item that's before you. So I appreciate the desire to digest it and have more time with it. But it's the relevant item that you're voting on tonight won't have any impact on the administrative actions to either transform an A-team position into a different position or not.
I understand that, Mayor, but I think our employees feel this is a leverage moment, and they are concerned that this opens the door for an administrative decision that will make their lives more challenging and more difficult.
I understand, but I don't think that's accurate, Alder. There's nothing inherent. These two decisions are not tied together.
Okay, well, thank you.
And I would caution all of us that tying the two of them together is not actually legal. Are there other questions for staff? All right. President Vitiver, I believe we need a motion on item 3.
Sorry, had to get to the unmute. Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 3. Is there discussion on item 3? Alder Verveer.
Thank you very very much, Mayor. I know I also appreciate your leeway. I often ask questions with fairly generous preambles, so thank you for your leeway. So I've already made some comments during the question, but let me just say this. First and foremost, I still stand by what I said in my question of the Human Resources Director, that I do think the timing of this, I think the optics of which are unfortunate, and wish that this was introduced later this year, this resolution that's before us, until after the Baker-Tilly information was publicly available in terms of the compensation study. So that's one. Secondly, I don't disagree with anything that was said in the HR memo prepared by Bill Wick. I think a strong case is made for reclassing these 29 positions, including absolutely the positions on the administrative support team. The fact of the matter is, speaking personally, I've had the privilege and pleasure of working with the vast majority of the individuals whose reclasses are before us at this moment, and to a person, they're all excellent, hardworking people, and so I would be very hard pressed to vote against this, or frankly to refer this as well, given that. And I congratulate them all on their well-deserved reclasses, as I did Eric earlier, and I think the lump sum payments they'll be receiving in the coming weeks are a testament to their value to Team City. With that said, it is very unfortunate that the A-team once again is being asked to reduce their level of services to Team City. I think some of you will remember that this is really the third time that this has been attempted by my count in the last few years. And so I can see why Mike and Sophia feel that they aren't valued by some in our organization, which is very unfortunate. And I know I speak for everyone here that isn't the case. I personally value their work tremendously, always have, always will. And it's not just from my, again, position as a election official, all these years where they've scheduled us and paid us and so forth in that regard. We successfully fought back previous attempts to reduce the staffing level of the A-team. But now, frankly, because of the action that we took a year ago, we, as the mayor, you've reminded us now a couple of times, I think, no longer have that authority. And I was never a fan of the action the council took authorizing the administrative approval of certain position changes under our personnel rules. I don't like it. I never liked it, and I certainly don't like it today. The best we did in modifying that initiative was by insisting on quarterly reports to this body of what those administrative actions are, but those reports are after the fact. So yes, the Personnel Board and the Finance Committee do get to see those administratively approved position changes, but it's after the fact, and I think that that's too bad. I understand the rationale for why the change was made. It was an effort to reduce the workload of HR in particular in terms of the public-facing documents they have to prepare for reclasses that come before us elected policymakers, and fully realize that 99% of those reclasses are approved by this body and the full council. But there's that 1%, like today, where I think we would be hard-pressed perhaps to approve this change as policymakers. Again, I realize I'm speaking only for myself when I say that, but I do think that lever, that voice, was lost, and it's something that, frankly, I'm surprised our employee associations didn't try to fight at the time that happened back in early 2024, because again, we just don't have this direct leverage, if you will, and we're only, can appeal to the powers that be, namely the finance director and the human resources director, perhaps to rethink administratively approving this change and looking for compromise. And so I do ask personally that this be thought out before that administrative approval is granted to transfer the 18 position to the Treasury. And I'll leave it at that, Mayor. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Alder. Is there further discussion on item 3? Seeing none. And then item 3 has been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 3. That will take us to item 16, which is Legistar 90249, the 2026 Executive Operating Budget. I'll just remind everyone that this item will carry over 2 days. So we'll start today with an overview of the operating budget and then receive briefings from agencies in administration, public works, and public health and safety. And then tomorrow we'll reconvene and receive briefings from the balance of the agencies. So to start then, I'll turn it over to Christine.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us for the Finance Committee briefings on the Executive Operating Budget. We'll be starting today with an overview presentation. We have a lot of content to get through, so I'll try to be as quick as possible, but please bear with us as this will provide some important context as we head into deliberating on the specific agencies. So our agenda for this presentation, I'm going to start with a really brief overview of how to navigate the city budget webpage and new digital budget book, so you're all able to pull up the documents in real time as we're going through the briefings. Spend a little time on key issues in 2026, specifically the Expenditure Restraint Incentive Program. We'll review highlights of the 26 Executive Operating Budget, including some revenue and expense summaries and the property tax rate. And then we'll go through the budgets for centrally budgeted agencies, so direct appropriations, debt service, room tax, and some others where there isn't a department head to present. And then we'll end with a review of the briefing process and amendment process. So for navigating the city budget, I'm actually going to switch to a live screen share of the budget webpage to walk through. So when you go to the City of Madison's budget webpage, you will see at the very top a timeline for 2026. And if you click the 26 Executive Operating Budget, you'll see a brief summary with a link to our new digital budget book, as well as PDF versions of our executive summary and the complete executive book, which is about 600 pages long. I'm really excited that we have the new digital budget book tool this year because it makes navigating the budget much easier. When you click that link, it'll take you to an external website, and you'll see a menu that has all of the various options that you can navigate. So you can read through the executive summary, the budget overviews, etc. You can also find all of the agency budgets. There are these expandable arrows that will expand the menus. So the agency budgets are organized by functional area. Today we'll go through administration, so you can expand the administration bar. If you click assessor, the first agency, it'll take you to their homepage. And then you can use these buttons at the bottom to navigate each of their sections.
Christine, we're not seeing the website.
Sorry about that. I'm usually very good at this part of meetings. Here it is. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so
now we are.
Okay, so I'm just going to start at the very beginning of when you get to the city's the digital budget book. You will see it'll take you to an external website called ClearGov, and then there is a menu on the left that you can navigate to get to specific sections. We always recommend people read through the executive summary. So there are these expandable arrows that can expand each of the sections. Within each of the agency operating budgets, these are organized by functional area, so administration, general government, PCED, etc. When you select on a section, you can kind of flip through the next page by using these buttons at the bottom to just see what's next. And you can also expand the arrows for each section to see the agency, the service summary, fund details, and positions. One quick note about note about navigating is on some of the pages, there are internal scroll bars. This happens a lot with the tables. So if some data looks incomplete or like you're missing something, just look for these scroll bars within the page. And then when you look at if you look at the PDF version, you'll see the complete version of that table. And another thing I'd like to point out is within the executive summary, or within the introduction and overview, we have a section called a reader's guide. And this explains how each of the agency sections are organized and what information you can find. So where defined service details, what's in a fund summary, how we define specific words. So this is a useful resource that I'd recommend reviewing if you are newer to the budget process. Throughout the agency briefings, in lieu of slides, will actually be just simply screen sharing the overview pages for each of the agencies that have these donut charts. If you're in the book live, you can hover over it to see some more details about what each of the segments represents. So every agency has a chart that shows their budget by service, as well as their budget by fund and major expenditure category. So we'll show those two during the briefings themselves. All right, I'm gonna switch back and I make sure it works this time. Okay, great, thank you. So these slides just have some static screenshots that we'll share as a resource, but I'm not gonna go through them again since I went through all of this in our live demo. One other thing that I didn't mention is that you also have the option to print a custom PDF. So if you just want to see one agency's budget in PDF instead of looking at 700 pages, you can do that by following these instructions to click the PDF option, select specific pages, and then follow the instructions for selecting the subsection. And this is really useful if you want to really hone in on one area. And the PDF is also nice to be able to do keyword searches and if you want to write comments as you're reviewing. All right, so turning to the main substance of tonight's meeting. Throughout the year in our budget updates, we have discussed the Expenditure Restraint Incentive Program, or ERIP. We're going to provide another overview of how that is impacting what's included in the 2026 budget and talk a little more generally about the state limits to what we can do locally in terms of both revenues and expenditures. A fundamental fact of the budget is the city must adopt a balanced budget. This means that the amount we spend or our expenditures cannot be more than the money that we bring in through revenues. On the revenue side, our revenues are primarily from property taxes and other non-tax sources, and these revenues pay for city services. And on the expenditure side, this is where we pay for the cost of providing services, and most of our expenditures are for personnel costs, which are salaries and benefits. State law does impose a number of restrictions on both revenues and expenditures. In terms of revenues, the primary limit that we talk about is the levy limit. So this, the levy limit restricts growth in the property tax by a factor of net new construction, and it does not grow with inflation or population growth. State law also limits other types of local revenue. For example, the city can't levy a sales tax, and the restrictions on the revenue side have been the primary issues facing the city budget and our challenges in producing a balanced budget. We talked about this a lot last year in our information series around the referendum and why the referendum was a critical tool to be able to balance the budget and provide a long-term plan for sustainability. So we're not going to get too much into it here. And then on the expenditure side, there's a state program called the Expenditure Restraint Incentive Program, or ERIP, that limits the year-over-year growth in expenditures by a factor of 60% net new construction plus inflation. Compliance with this program provides state aid in a subsequent year. So if we comply in 2026, we'll get a state aid payment in 2027. And the way the state aid is calculated, there is a centralized pool of money. It's $58 million that's distributed to local communities based on a formula. Historically, we've received about $7 million from ERIP, and in the 26 budget that went up to $9 million due to changes in the distribution formulas. As I mentioned before, historically, the levy limit or the revenue limits have been the constraint on the budget. Our expenses have risen more quickly than our allowable revenue growth, creating the structural deficit. In this table, we have a summary of how much levy capacity and expenditure limit capacity we've had in each executive budget for the last several years. And so you can see a comparison for scale. Usually the expenditure restraint incentive program limit is significantly higher than the levy limit. So we could increase expenditures if we had enough money or revenues to pay for it. You can see in some of these years prior to 2024, these differences have been in the tens of millions of dollars. There was a pause in expenditure restraint in 2024 due to Act 12 and some of various recalculations that occurred at that point. And 2026 is the first budget where we'll meet our expenditure restraint limit before we meet our levy capacity. So in the 2026 budget, the estimated growth limit is a 4% increase in expenditures compared to 2025, or a budget of about $380.4 million. The executive budget proposes expenditures that are $418,000 below the maximum allowable amount. So that means there is some room to add expenditures to the budget through amendments and maintain eligible for state aid in a future year. We do recommend as a finance department to maintain at least $200,000 as a margin for future reestimates because there may be some changes, some other the amount that we have here is an estimate and it will be finalized later in the process, and we want to ensure that we comply with that limit. All right, so with that context, we'll talk more specifically about the revenue and expense summaries that are proposed in the executive budget. The 2026 operating budget is $452.5 million, and that's the total for the general and library fund. Throughout the budget document, we refer to these collectively as the general fund because they're both primarily funded through the property tax. This budget is $20 million or 4.6% greater than the 2025 adopted budget. And it's essentially a cost to continue budget that maintains current service levels, does not impose any reductions, and funds a few supplemental requests that will deliver on some key priorities for the city that I'll go into more detail on in a future slide. Similar to prior years, a majority of the budget, or 60%, is for personnel costs. So this is salary and fringe benefits, and a majority, 72%, is funded through the property tax. When looking at the breakdown of expenditures by type, as I mentioned, personnel is the largest share of the pie, that accounts for about 61%. This is $275.7 million. Compared to 2025, this is an $8.5 million increase. And most of this increase is related to cost to continue adjustments that include a 3% cost of living adjustment for general municipal employees and protective service staff, as well as accommodating rate increases to health insurance and other associated benefit adjustments. Within this amount, we also had a $1.4 million reduction in citywide compensated absence escrow costs. This is mostly budgeted in a central account within direct appropriations that gets transferred out to agencies at the year end. to account for sick leave payout for retirees. We've been analyzing our actual expenditures in this category and believe with that reduction, we can still accommodate all of our comp absence escrow costs with what remains. The budget also adds a little over $500,000 to the clerk's office for staffing to administer 4 elections in 2026 compared to 2 in 2025. And there are also a little over $100,000 in non-personnel costs for election operations. And the budget includes $1.3 million for supplemental requests that add 23 additional full-time equivalent staff to various city agencies. The largest staffing changes include 9 paramedics in the fire department to staff a 10th ambulance, as well as 8 staff in the library for staffing at the Imagination Center at Randall Park. In the non-personnel categories, the largest category within this subsection is debt service, which is $73.8 million. This is $3.3 million higher than the current year budget, and it's used to repay borrowing for capital expenditures. Within supplies and purchase services, the total citywide budget is $56.5 million. There was a minor adjustment in supplies, about $500,000, that's related to contracts, inflation, and other cost to continue adjustments, but no notable changes to supplies. And on the purchase service side, there was a $1.2 million increase. This includes $1 million for operations at the purpose-built men's shelter within the CDD budget, a $1.6 million increase for software costs. Software costs are going up across the board as everything moves to the cloud. So many of these changes were accommodated within cost to continue. And there was also removing some one-time money related to extending ARPA funds that were transferred to the general fund in the 25 budget. The interdepartmental charges and billings category refers to when agencies provide services for each other and recover costs through charges and billings. As a whole, there was a net increase in the general fund of about $600,000 compared to 2025. Most of the increase is due to increased costs in fleet. These are costs related to vehicle maintenance, vehicle and equipment depreciation, and fuel costs. And there were a number of adjustments downward, including adjustments to insurance and workers' comp charges, and increased billings to non-general fund agencies to recover costs for central services through a cost allocation plan. And then the other category includes a lot of activities, including interfund transfers. These are the transfers from the general fund to Metro Transit, as well as public health. The contingent reserve and agency revenues, which is revenues received directly in the agency budget for things like charges for services, facility rentals that offset agency expenses. Within this category, the largest increase is the increase to the general fund subsidy to Metro, which we'll get to on a next slide. And then one last point about expenditures. This graph is included in the executive summary and just provides a breakdown of expenditures by functional area. So a function is a group of agencies that do similar type of work. Similar to prior years, the distribution doesn't change much year over year, and the largest share of the budget goes to public health and safety. And in the 26 budget, that it proposes $186.3 million. A majority of this is for police and fire and EMS services, and Office of the Independent Monitor and the City Share of Public Health is also included in this grouping. The next largest functional area is debt service, which accounts for $71.7 million, or about 16% of the budget. And public works is the third largest functional area. So in the general fund, that includes streets, parks, and engineering, totaling about $54.4 million, or 12% of the budget. This does not include the many enterprise funds that are included in public works, like sewer, stormwater, and water. And just as a note, the miscellaneous indirect appropriations are the centrally budgeted funds that I referred to, including transfers out to the capital budget, or to the capital fund. And finally, a summary of the supplemental requests. All of the supplementals fell into three major categories. First, funding for citywide priorities. So this is $1 million within the CDD budget to fund operations at the Bartolon shelter, and a little over $300,000 in library for operations at the Imagination Center at Rindle Park. And this total also includes some funding within parks for their hourly staff costs related to that facility. There are also a number of new positions to support operations across the city. As I mentioned on a previous slide, there were 24 net new positions, or about $1.3 million in expenses added. The largest two groups were adding an ambulance at the fire department, so that's 9 new paramedics, and 8 staff in library for staffing at the Imagination Center. Other changes included 2 positions in clerk, 2 positions in HR, one of which was a transfer from Metro, 2 positions in streets, and 2 positions in water that are not impacted, that do not impact the general fund, and various adjustments in hourly staff. And the last category that's very small relative to all of these other changes is funding to replace one-time grants. And these are federal grants that have ended, and we're replacing with general fund monies. So this is $50,000 in economic development to continue the Kiva Madison program, and $141,000 in the sustainability budget for staff and software costs previously funded in the capital budget through grants. I'm going to turn it to Dave to walk through revenues and property tax.
Thanks, Christine. So again, as I think you've all heard, when we look at the general fund from a revenue perspective, nearly 3/4 of that funding comes from the property tax. Property taxes in the executive budget are increased by $8.6 million. This is about $5 million less than the maximum allowed under the levy limit. And that's due to a number of factors, one of which Christine mentioned earlier. The expenditure restraint incentive program limit really does not allow us to spend more of that revenue. Another major change is in state aid, where we're seeing a $5 million increase, which is about a 10% increase in state aid. That's a combination of the Municipal Services Payments Program, which the most recent state budget had a significant increase, and the first increase in decades for that program. And Madison is the top beneficiary from that program, which basically reimburses communities for a portion of the cost of providing services to state facilities and UW facilities. We're also seeing, as Christine mentioned, because of the way the expenditure restraint funding is allocated, Madison is getting more of that pool of money. So that's a major increase in state aid relative to what we've seen before. And then we're seeing growth in local revenues, particularly continued strong interest earnings from continued high interest rates. Increases in ambulance fees due to a state law change that also resulted in getting a Medicaid waiver from the federal government related to ambulance fees, and then some other changes. We are seeing some drops in building permits, and then we'll go into the room tax in a few slides. And then finally, as contemplated in the long-range plan, we would begin to start applying fund balance to help balance the budget. So all these factors together are impacting the total property tax amount. And we are able then to carry over that unused levy limit. That's the maximum amount we can carry over to 2027. Next. So as I talked about with the levy, we're about $5 million under. I talked about the factors associated with that. You can see the numbers there. We can carry over 1.5% of the unused levy from the following year. So that's roughly that $4.9 million that you see there. If the levy were reduced further, that levy limit would not be available. It would be gone for future years. And then in terms of further kind of buying down that levy increase, that $2 million is applied. Next slide. So we've got a property tax levy that's increasing 2.7%, as we described before. We've got assessed values on property going up based on preliminary figures from the city assessor of 7.1%. And so that's about 46.6 billion total. And as a result of those two factors, a very low increase in the levy, a high continued increase in property values, the tax rate's going down 4%. And so that tax rate is calculated by dividing the levy amount by the total property value. And looking back over time, this is the lowest tax rate in at least 40 years. It shouldn't say increase, but just the lowest tax rate. So we often talk about taxes on the average value home as one way to sort of see the impact of the budget and the levy on residences. The average home value is $481,000. That's about 5.2% more than 2025. When we take that mill rate from the prior slide, we see the taxes on the average value home will go up less than 1%, or about $30 on the average value home. And that table just runs through that calculation and shows you the numbers for each of those. Now, remember, this is one part of the total tax bill. The city is about 38% of the total tax bill, with the largest share of the tax bill for Madison schools, followed by, after the city, followed by Dane County and Madison College. So as a result of this very low levy increase and low increase on the taxes on the average value home, you can see that 0.9% is quite a bit below the average. The 20-year average is about 3.6%. The 2026 increase is about a little under 1%. You'll see the large increase in 2025 associated with the voter-approved referendum in November of 2024. We also like to take a look at the levy and the taxes on the average value home in a broader context of those fees that are also paid by residences that are levied by the city. So we've got the tax on the average value home is obviously the largest. You'll see that 0.9% increase. There's no increase in the vehicle registration fee. The water charge for a typical residence is going up, expected to go up close to 20%. Now that's based on the current water utility docket at the Public Service Commission, and really reflects about a 3-year increase. So the water utility rates do not increase every year. They increase each time they're able to put together a rate case and take it to the Public Service Commission, which tends to happen on about a 2 to 3 year cycle. Sewer is going up about 4.5%. Again, just a reminder with sewer, and you'll hear more about this when engineering makes their budget presentation to you, but most of that is driven by Madison Metropolitan Sewage District charges that have to be paid by the city sewer fees. Stormwater is going up about 2%. The urban forestry, landfill, and resource recovery special charge will remain unchanged. So when you add all that together, in terms of a typical residence, it's an increase of about 2.9%. So again, as you recall, the 2025 budget was the first time that we put into the budget resolution, a long-range operating budget plan. And we have updated that plan as we said that we would. The graph on the left is what was in the 2025 adopted budget through 2030. And moving kind of left to right, any sort of efficiencies or base revenue adjustments we might make, any sort of application of fund balance with the expectation we would spend down fund balance over time, given the relatively high fund balance levels that we have at the moment. The expectation that we would need new revenues, and those would come from new special charges, and then the expectation that another gap would open up during the 5-year period. I think some positive news in the updated long-range plan is that because of the stronger revenues that I mentioned earlier, when we look at state aid and things like that, as well as higher fund balances due to the strong investment earnings, the need and amount for special charges probably be pushed out a year or so from the 2025 plan. More fund balance can be applied, and we still have a gap, but it looks like it'll be a year later than predicted in 2025. Now we'll talk about some of the centrally budgeted funds. Some of this was touched on earlier, but debt service, direct appropriation, insurance, workers' compensation, and room taxes. So with debt service, this is based on the debt that the city issued back in August. And so it's that new debt that was issued as well as paying on debt service for prior debt issued in prior years. The increase in debt service is about 5.2% more than in 2025. As mentioned, when that debt was sold in some of the overview materials I provided to the council, the reoffering premium is about $11 million. That has to be used to pay debt service. Now, under city ordinance, if the budget does not allocate all of that amount of reoffering premium, an amount equal to that reoffering premium for capital projects, it needs to take a separate vote when the budget is adopted in November, and that will be a part of the budget resolution that you adopt at that time, because what's in the executive operating budget is the same amount of funding applied to capital, $3.3 million, as the 2025 budget, which is less than that total number from the reoffering premium. Again, we have a number of appropriations that are sort of citywide in nature, what we call direct appropriations. Some of those are for benefits. The key change there is we have an amount set aside to help fund agencies' compensated absences that are paid out when staff retire. We, based on some extensive analysis, trends over the last few years, we're able to reduce that amount compared to 2025 by about $1.3 million. In the purchase services area, there is an increase in membership based on some subscription costs. That's about $9,000. There's also some consulting cost increases for both the state lobbyists, in effect, as well as some consultant support related to a PSC rate case and how it might affect city energy costs. There is an increase in revenue sharing payments. This is based on agreements adopted by the council with other communities for the transfer of parcels from, let's say, a town to the city, but a continuing payment is made to the town over a certain number of years. So based on those current agreements, that funding goes up. I will note that that funding increase is excluded from the expenditure restraint calculation, so it does not affect the funding available under expenditure restraint. The general fund share of the zoo does go down, and that's based on some room tax adjustments that I'll go into on the next slide in the future here. And we adjust the contingent reserve to meet the 0.5% target per city policy. So that's about a $29,000 increase. In the transfer to other funds, that's just a category where we do move money between funds. Debt service is an example of that, where we move general fund revenues to the debt service fund. We do the same with an affordable housing, transfer the affordable housing fund to pay debt service for debt issued for those purposes. Talked about the capital projects a little earlier. And then we also make the city share of the public health budget, and that's a transfer out to the public health fund. That is lower than 2025, and most of that is based on the relative equalized value of the city relative to the total county. And then finally, there's an increase in the subsidy to Metro. This is probably the most significant increase in the budget outside of salary increases, about $6.5 million. And I think the slide on the next page goes through that. We did go through this in a prior finance committee meeting. This gives you a little background on the amount of the general fund subsidy and the overall components of Metro's revenue sources over time. So if you look at the left-hand side, that column in 2017, so we're well before the pandemic, we had the city subsidy. We did not yet have well, you can see federal aid there, state aid, the partners, and then fares and passes. We did not yet have the vehicle registration fee. That went into effect in 2020, as did the first amounts of pandemic relief funding to help keep transit systems going. You'll see that that federal share increased significantly, while the fare box share went down quite a bit. And the city subsidy was basically, there wasn't any in 2020 due to issues in the general fund. Now, as we move to 2023, you'll see that the last of the pandemic funding was spent in 2023. That was sort of replacing city subsidy on a one-time basis in that year. And then since then, the federal aid has kind of returned to pre-pandemic levels. The state aid remains relatively constant. The partner amounts have increased, but those increase relative to the cost of services provided to the partner communities. And then finally, the fare box is still slightly smaller than pre-pandemic levels. And so to fill that, the slow rate of growth in those other revenue sources, the city general fund contribution has to go up. And that's why we see that $6.5 million increase for 2026. We do also have some centrally budgeted funds for insurance and workers' compensation. We recover the costs for those activities through rates charged to agencies. Again, that's based on experience, as well as other distributional formula factors. For insurance, we need more revenue there, so we're increasing those rates by $1 million. That then has to be supported in some of those agencies by additional general fund in those agencies. That supports general liability insurance, property insurance, other premiums, which are going up a little over $200,000. We do need to add fund balance there. We've also increased the net asset goal, meaning how much we have to have set aside relative to the aggregate deductible that we have to pay on some of these claims. Now, the workers' compensation fund, on the other hand, is well funded. We're able to decrease those rates by $1 million. And we will be using some fund balance there, again, because there's significant amounts there. So we're really increasing rates in insurance, decreasing them workers' compensation. There are some shifts between agencies as a result of that. But overall, a net benefit to the general fund. The Room Tax Commission acted on its budget back in September. And what you'll see here is there's an increase in room tax revenues, but there's also a decrease in the amount of transfer of room taxes to the general fund. The goal of that reduction is twofold. One is to increase the room tax share for the zoo and for Olbrich Gardens. That reduces the general fund share and provides additional room under the expenditure restraint program to help with funding priorities in the general fund budget and stay within that expenditure restraint limit. The second goal is to help the room tax fund establish a reserve for any sort of future revenue shocks, similar to what we saw in the pandemic. The table that you see here just shows the changes in some of the funding. You'll see the revenue increase. That's about a 2.6%, about 3% increase in revenues. Destination Madison, their funding goes up based on a contract. Tourism marketing activities going up a small amount. Funding for the Overture Center is going up about $86,000. The increase for the Lions Center, the Zoo and Old Gardens is primarily the Zoo and Old Gardens that I just described. And then that amount for the general fund will be going down compared to 2025 for those two reasons I just described. All right, I'll pass it back to Christine. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are in the home stretch. So we are I'm just going to talk about how to, what our next steps will be for the agency briefings as well as the amendment process. So as I mentioned at the top, department heads will provide a general overview of their budget, and I'll screen share the summary pages from their digital budget book. The instructions I gave to agencies were to provide a brief summary of their overall budget and specifically address any major changes within their budget compared to 2025, any reallocations within the base or supplemental requests, and enterprise agencies were asked to discuss any changes to user rates and revenues. And agencies are also welcome to share any additional information or context. But I mentioned this, it won't be a comprehensive overview of everything that an agency does, but you are all welcome to ask questions if a specific topic isn't addressed by the opening remarks. And as the mayor mentioned, we do have the schedule for briefings. As soon as we wrap up the overview, we'll take questions, and then we'll go into all of the administration agencies, public works, and public health and safety. One note about today's schedule is that the Human Resources Director, Erin Hilson, will be presenting on behalf of the Office of the Independent Monitor. So we'll take those two together during the administration section. Tomorrow, we'll resume our hearings at 4:30 with general government, public health, public facilities, transportation, and close with PCED. And the meeting with public health will be a joint meeting with the Dane County Personnel and Finance Committee. Just a reminder about our schedule. We are right here in the operating schedule. So we have the briefings today and tomorrow, and then starting on Wednesday, we'll start taking ideas for amendments. We'll accept those between the 15th and October 22nd. We ask all alders to contact the finance department no later than Wednesday, October 22nd at noon. And we will publish amendments by Friday, October 24th at 1 p.m. The Finance Committee will meet on October 27th. The committee did decide to have hybrid meetings for amendment deliberation. So if you're able, please come in person to MMB 215. We'll also be virtual as well. And then after the amendments, both the capital and operating budgets will be referred to the full council for deliberation and potentially additional amendments. In August, I presented a longer presentation about the amendment process and some best practices for how to engage city staff and finance staff. So I'm not going to go through all of it here, but as a reminder, please reach out to staff. We're happy to answer questions. Reach out to the budget analyst for an assigned department or to myself so that we can help you develop your ideas if you're not sure where to start. And again, you can start reaching out to us at any time, but typically we wait until after the briefings are over, and please follow the Wednesday deadline. And final reminders, Finance Committee amendments must have a finance sponsor. Non-finance committee alders can move amendments through their colleagues, and Common Council amendments must have 2 sponsors. So please reach out by email and let us know how we can help you with your ideas. And I provide links to the previous meetings where we talk about this more in depth. So that is it for our overview.
Thank you, Christine and Dave. Are there questions on the overview or the process? Seeing none, then we'll go into our agency briefings. Just a reminder, we'll take each agency and then pause for questions and then move on to the next. Our first section is administration. The first agency is the assessor's office, and Michelle Drea is here. Michelle?
Good evening. Well, you're starting with one of the easiest budgets, so hopefully that will buoy everyone's hopes today for finishing relatively quickly. We have a very basic cost to continue budget. You can see that the bulk of our budget is salaries and benefits. We do have some purchase services, interdepartmental charges, and then a small supplies line. But by far the majority is salaries in our office. We don't have many significant changes, actually any to speak of. However, we do have one reclassification for our assessment technician team. They're reclassifying from assessment technician to civil technicians. This does not require any additional budget. It is a self-contained move, net neutral. And the reclass allows us to accurately reflect the complexity and impact of this team's diligent effort. I don't really have a lot to add. Again, it's just a cost to continue. There isn't much to talk about unless there are specific questions about the budget itself. We did go through, I should mention, the results Madison process. And instead of adding more services, we really refined it down to one. In the past, we had a rather complex process, and it just didn't really fit what our service is, which is to assess all, property in the city. So there's really just one service that we do. It is a complex service, but it is just one. So that process allowed us to streamline what you're seeing here in the budget.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions for the assessor's office? Alder Figueroa Cole?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I just got home. I did have a question for Dave real quick. Is that okay?
Sure. Let's see if there's any questions for the assessor at all. If not, then a quick question for Dave, and we'll go on to the attorney's office. Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks for your time.
Go ahead, Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. Hey, Dave, for the room tax changes related to the Albrecht and the Sue, can you please clarify that's also a one-time deal? Can you please make that clarity that things will kind of go back to normal next year, unless I'm wrong about that?
Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, that's a one-time increase in room tax support, one-time reduction in general fund support, and a one-time reduction in the general fund, the transfer of room tax to the general fund. So that will all kind of return to prior 2026 levels in 2027. Thank you for pointing that out.
So like in the budget, that amount that we're reserving for the ERP, essentially, each is just will recover next year's cost, right? Kind of.
Right. We'll have to accommodate that in the 2027 expenditure restraint.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Alder. All right, we'll go on to the attorney's office. Attorney Haas is here.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I'm happy also to present a routine, hopefully boring, cost to continue budget. I'm also thrilled to only be presenting on one budget this evening and welcoming our city clerk to her first budget presentation. I guess not much to say about our budget. Obviously, pretty heavily personnel related. We have some minor adjustments we're making in between accounts. I think our two things that we keep an eye on that we can't really control are the costs of transcripts for litigation. We have a steady stream of litigation related to tax assessment cases that we just cannot control who sues us and how often they sue us, and that requires quite a bit of discovery and depositions. And also the cost of software licenses that our office uses continues to increase as well. I think just generally, as far as our office, probably the two biggest sort of pressure points that I see is just the amount of tax assessment litigation. We do fortunately have some the benefit of some coverage through WMIC, where we are able to retain outside counsel for some of those cases, and also just the number of software licensing contracts that our office needs to review on behalf of agencies. And I think those are probably the kind of the two pressure points for our attorneys. But otherwise, things are going well in the agency. And as I said, cost to continue budget. So I'll stop there and see if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for the attorney's office? Alder Figueroa Cole.
Hey, Mike, just as a quick mention, can you please cover real quick the number of public record requests that you have gotten so far this year, or maybe the numbers for last year?
I'm sorry, Alder. Thanks for the question. I really
no idea.
Know. I don't know if you know, but we can certainly get you that number. I mean, so there's public records requests to our office, but also more generally in advising other agencies. And so one of our attorneys counsels other agencies, especially if we are working on redacting or withholding any records. Agencies are required to consult with our staff. But I don't have a number for you, but we can try to get that for you. If you're looking for records requests from other agencies, I think IT can help us gather that number.
I just kind of like pointing out the never mind. Move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for the attorney's office? Seeing none, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
We'll go on to the Department of Civil Rights, and Director Davis is here.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to share the Department of Civil Rights budget for 2026. So on keeping with the theme of no major changes, so we have no major changes to our operating budget for the coming year. We have no reallocations, no supplemental requests, but we are seeking to primarily streamline our or meet our budget target by streamlining our processes with our purchase service categories. We're looking forward to implementing improved screening for our interpretation and translation service requests. And, you know, we do collaborate with other agencies to try and create some modest savings. So we do that in a number of ways through software, you know, co-licensing software with other agencies like City Attorney's Office and CDA, through partnering for internships, such as the Aspire internship program, through creating training, citywide training with our HR and organizational development unit, and then through IT for our contracting and compliance. And then we also seek to leverage our salary savings toward meeting our budget target. Most of our budget, more like 86% of our budget, is salary and benefits. So there's not a lot of changes in our proposed budget. So I'll be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Norman. Any questions for civil rights? Seeing none, then we will move on to the clerk's office. And Clerk McComas, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Finance Committee. I think I've met most people. My name is Lydia McComas, and I'm the new City Clerk. Really excited to be joining Team City. The Clerk's Office's goal is to increase access to open government, and the proposed budget will allow our office to continue to equitably and efficiently serve Madison residents and voters. In 2026, we plan to expand poll worker training capacity to include bilingual and ADA compliant training modules, among other innovative work that our staff plan to do. Included in our 2026 budget are increases in supplies and fees for the Blue Crest absentee mailing machine, as well as an additional $220,000 in salaries and benefits to better support voters and reduce staff burnout. In total, we're asking for an increase of $1.1 million from 2025, with the understanding that 2026 is a gubernatorial election year, and the clerk's office does run on an election cycle budget. We will require more staff and resources to administer elections in 2026. And I'll hand it over to Erin Hilson to talk more about the 2026 staffing proposals that we have.
Thank you so much. And a huge thank you to Lydia for joining our staff and her willingness to come in and engage right away around the budget, which is a difficult topic. And huge thank you to Mike for all of his service over the past few months and his help working through a study that we conducted of the clerk's office. I will just note that the study we conducted did suggest that there were a number of ways of looking at sort of staff shortages in the clerk's office. And what we decided to do is really prioritize a small number of staff increases to see what the impact of that would be and then to move forward. So some of the things that we really considered as guiding principles in that study were ensuring high statutory compliance with the law, promoting staff well-being, as I'm sure you are probably aware, and as was stated earlier in this meeting, workload management in the clerk's office with increasing responsibilities, especially after COVID, but really just over the course of the last decade or so, has really put a strain on work-life balance. And so how to do that work in an efficient way that maximizes their well-being, ensuring the customer service expectations are met, ensuring transparency around operations and decision-making, and ensuring equity and accountability. So just for a brief synopsis of what we're recommending that this office be restructured with two assistant city clerks with distinct responsibilities. The current structure actually didn't filter down any of the supervisor responsibilities, and it didn't sort of centralize functions across a couple of different areas. Instead, it sort of had all staff responding to all things all of the time, which was an added sort of layer to the burnout and workload issues that the clerk was experiencing. We're also recommending the increase of 3 lead workers to really act as subject matter experts, especially in different portions of the election process. And one additional lead worker that they could sort of upgrade as needed when folks are in peak periods, so primarily around sort of those election periods. It sounds like a lot of leadership, but I just want to reinforce that the purpose of lead workers is to ensure you have subject matter expertise and sort of adequate project support and project leadership without sort of having leaders who aren't sort of able to actually do the work of frontline employees. So those lead workers are really critical to enhancing the leadership presence there, but also to still allowing the work on the ground to be completed. We're also recommending over time the addition in future years of an additional administrative clerk, movement of some functions, and increased skill building. There are also a number of recommendations just related to how the office functions and manages, including some strategic planning that we're recommending. We've already engaged with Lydia. I am sure it felt somewhat like drinking through a water hose with the amount of information Lydia's received in her first couple of weeks, but she's really leaned into that, and we're excited to be working through some of those solutions. And the last thing I'll note is that I heard in the earlier conversation some discussion of the administrative support team and the potential of shifting some of the work that the administrative support team does for the clerk's office back into the clerk's office. And I think that we identified that certainly is a need, so that the appropriate oversight is there for the work that's getting done, so that the clerk's office is really overseeing the work of the clerk's office. However, did not feel that in these first phases we would prioritize that as high, and consequently that would be something that we would look to Lydia to look at and potentially implement. I don't think given some of the extra hours that we were looking at needing staffing for, that they could lift up that work without additional staffing on top of that. So we included that as a future recommendation. I think there's a lot of change management that would have to go into that as well. A very thoughtful consideration of how some of those responsibilities get shifted back into the clerk's office. And that's all I had to share. Thank you again to Lydia. Big thanks to Mike. And I can help with any questions about this portion, but Lydia's already got her feet on the ground and ready to go with some of the larger vision items for the clerk's office.
Thank you, Lydia and Aaron. Questions on the clerk's office? Alder Figueroa-Cole?
Thank you. So are those positions bump ups, or are they new positions?
Yeah, so effectively we have two positions that are new positions. One is a lead worker and one is a assistant city clerk. And then we have two positions that are increases because folks haven't been doing that work. Both of those positions for the deputy and all three of the positions for lead worker would have to be posted and filled in a traditional manner.
Well, that traditional manner includes preference for like from the clerk's office directly to be considered first?
So Lydia is going to use our equitable hire plan to make some of those determinations as she gets going with that hiring process. But I think certainly we do have sort of one extra position there that is being absorbed in these increases. So at least one of those positions does have to be hired from within. Some of that decision making will need to come from Lydia as she gets really used to staff and clear about what staff have been doing and what they're capable of.
Aaron, can you just clarify though? Is there a process for giving preference to internal candidates, or is it that we post it either internally or externally?
Thank you. It's that we post it either internally or externally. There is a process whereby we can move any qualified candidates to interview as a sort of preferential treatment if they're internal candidates, and so could do that certainly, but mostly it's really about where we post it, whether we post it internally or externally.
Thank you. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vivier?
Thank you, Mayor. And once again, welcome, Lydia. Really excited to be working with you. So welcome to your first budget here. Thank you, Aaron, for being here and describing the work that HR has been engaged in for many months now. So as you know, Aaron, I've seen a copy of the HR recommendations. I don't think most alders have. So that might be my first question. Is it a public document that if alders are interested, you could share? You've talked a lot about future recommendations and so forth. Is that something that you could share with all alders at your convenience?
Certainly, I can share that with all alders.
Thank you, because I think that would be helpful, because you were speaking in some generalities, which is appropriate, certainly given the overview here, but I think that might be of interest to some of us. So speaking of getting a little more specific, can you remind me, and for those that have never seen the study, how many FTEs are recommended in the future to be added, in addition to the ones in the executive operating budget?
So we have a total of 3 positions that we're recommending in the next 2 to 3 years. And one of those is sort of a lower level administrative clerk to take on some of those responsibilities that we've currently been shifting municipal clerks in and out of in a way that isn't as efficient as having sort of a dedicated front line. And so it's one administrative clerk and then one chief or one assistant clerk and one lead worker that are new positions, with a couple more lead workers being increases and one of the assistant clerks being an increase.
Thank you. And as it relates to the chief deputy clerk positions or deputy
So can I clarify? So can I clarify a little bit? We already have a deputy clerk, and
I'm very familiar. Yes.
Yes. When working with finance, they were sort of familiar with the terms chief deputy clerk. So we started calling it that, which got folks confused, and we ended up putting it in the budget as an assistant clerk, I believe. But it would be effectively a range 1810 that typically has, in that range, they have quite a bit of oversight over multiple programs, supervision over multiple staff at various levels. And so that's what those 2 assistants would be doing. We have plans to work with Lydia the second week of November to really work with staff in a collaborative way to sort of flesh out. I don't know if you looked at the end of that document, Alder, but the many, many responsibilities. Appendix 2 includes sort of all of the responsibilities that they have within the clerk's office, and sort of how to more finitely break down where all of those responsibilities go.
So just to be clear, because you're right, the budget book is a bit confusing, the budget presentation about chief deputy clerk versus deputy city clerk and so forth. So the executive operating budget before us has 2 equal, either chief deputy clerks or
That's correct.
Yes.
That's
correct. It would be the same 1810s. Is that what you're?
It would be 1810s. The current deputy is an 18.7.
Okay. And I'm
Some
sorry,
of that also came from the comp study that showed the deputy clerks to be understaffed. And then when looking at the difference between a couple of different levels internal to the city, 1810 made the most sense for where those positions would be located.
And the working title would be chief deputy, correct? Or maybe it's just semantics.
I think we'll decide the formal title that second week of November and make sure that we have it correct in our personnel board recommendations that have to come along with the budget.
I think that the struggle here is to acknowledge that we do have a deputy clerk position and that these proposed positions are different from that. And in fact would be both at a higher level and would have more responsibility. So we don't want to call it the same thing to make people, which would make people think it is the same thing, which it is decidedly not. And yet I don't think anybody loves chief deputy. I'm not sure we love assistant clerk either. So, we will struggle with naming until we have sort of resolved that tension.
Thank you, Mayor. So whether it's chief deputy or assistant, beyond that, am I correct though that this executive operating budget, as per the study, will have one responsible for elections and one responsible for licensing and administration, and that would be part of the working title as well? And moreover, the position descriptions?
Yes, it would be part of the working title and the position descriptions. We think there's so much work under elections that some of that will necessarily bleed into licensing and administration. So, for example, the chief deputy clerk of elections might have almost all of elections except for equipment and how equipment is managed, purchased, used, evaluated. And the chief deputy clerk of licensing administration would have all of licensing administration plus that sort of equipment maintenance responsibility. Or it could be sort of pre-election work, but that's some of the work that they're going to be doing next month to get it ironed out exactly. But roughly, yes, they'll have two different focus areas. The purpose of having those two different focus areas is so that you don't sort of have all part of the problem and part of what really led to communication breakdowns last year is sort of inadequate oversight and accountability structure for some of the decision making that occurred. And so this allows certain folks to be responsible for different buckets and not sort of everybody responsible for everything all of the time.
Thank you. And to confirm, Aaron and Lydia, the decision has not been made yet whether or not those deputy or whatever positions we're calling them will be posted internally or externally, correct? That's to be determined in coming weeks.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. And then as it relates to the lead worker positions, are those also going to be operating with what you just said in mind, certainly, Aaron, about busy times for election administration and so forth, but the lead workers would be elections, licensing, the second one and the third would be outreach and administration? Is that what, or did that change from?
So that was our recommendation, but the clerk's office is closest to the work and needs to be the folks who are making those decisions. So our recommendation was kind of by looking at major buckets of work underneath both of those positions, but that might change in the coming weeks. It hasn't changed yet, I should say. It might change after the staff group does their analysis. But you would have subject matter experts in each one of those positions, so they wouldn't be sort of responsible for knowing everything there is to know about election administration and everything there is to know about licensing, for example.
And I'll just add, we had a chat this morning about everything that this office is required to do by statute and ordinance, and those are our priorities. So making sure we have staff that are in charge of those items, and then adding the extra things that the public wants us and that we want to do is extra to that. But making sure that we have staff in place and clarifying those roles and responsibilities is our number one priority. And we'll be doing that in our restructuring and strategic planning sessions in November.
Thank you. That sounds very appropriate, Lydia. And then pivoting, and I know you already covered it, and thank you, Aaron, for discussing the A-Team's longstanding role in assisting the clerk's office, particularly in the area of election official scheduling and payroll. So just to clarify on that, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, Lydia, obviously as our newly minted city clerk, but it sounds like that the intent is, if I heard you correct, Aaron, that the A-Team's current role, albeit with likely 2.0 FTEs in the new fiscal year, that would that their role would remain likely unchanged in the next election cycle, the spring election cycle. Is that correct?
So I don't want to say completely unchanged. We're hoping that the additional staff will reduce some of the workload sort of across the board, including for the administrative support team. But the core function of scheduling that the administrative support team does is not planned to change in the coming year.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything on that, Lydia, at all? I presume you're fairly up to speed on the role that the A-team has provided historically.
Correct, yes. And I met with them this afternoon to talk about their assistance in 2026. They've been doing incredible work, and already they've helped me quite a bit these past 2 weeks, and look forward to working with them more in the future. I do want to add that I do really appreciate HR's work in trying to make sure that we have enough staff going forward. Looking at all of the work that this office does, it's clear that our staff will still have to do quite a bit of overtime in 2026. So just with that awareness that we aren't staffing at the level we need to not do an incredible number of overtime hours for 2026. Even including the A-team in our work. So.
Yeah, you anticipated, actually my next question is with the additional FTEs that the executive operating budget provides for next year, you still anticipate having significant overtime, including hiring election officials to work internally in your office in the CCB and at the remote site where we have storage of election equipment and so forth?
Yeah, I can start, and then Aaron, if you have anything additional. Yes, so one of my tasks before we start 2026 is going through and looking at what's statutorily required and what's extra that we can sort of reduce so that we're not getting to those overtime levels of 90 hours a week like some staff were in 2024, because mistakes happen. That's how mistakes happen. And so that's our plan, is to sort of reduce some of those things that we're not required to do. But we do still expect to have some overtime and some hourlies come in and do some work for us. Aaron, was there more information that you guys gathered in some of the research?
I just would add that that I think part of what we're expecting for 2026 is that it will take time to add these positions and take time to get folks trained and take folks time to get sort of reoriented to the new working structure. So some of the efficiencies we might see might not come until toward the end of next year or the following year. But we do still expect it to reduce the total amount of overtime worked. I will also say one of the recommendations you'll notice is our recommendation to develop a new staffing model for hourly support so that it's much more predictable for alders to make decisions off of, so that the overtime isn't just sort of as much as is needed, but rather is sort of an expected amount from year to year, dependent upon the cadence of elections and whether or not it's a presidential election or just a local election year, et cetera.
Yeah, thank you both. So we would clearly still depend on a significant amount of not only overtime by our dedicated municipal clerks, but also the hourly election officials working outside of election day and early voting, IPAV, but also IOTC stagehands. So all of that is assumed in this executive operating budget that will not change in 2026 for those 4 elections next year. Did I get that right? Yes. I see you're both heads are nodding. Thank you. And then just lastly, Aaron, on all the work that you and others did to study the clerk's office operations and functions, did you wish to share that change that would impact the Common Council office Or is that something that we were going to save for tomorrow night's Common Council budget
Happy
discussion?
to. So we've been working with the Common Council office to shift some responsibilities for Liz Windsor to other staff so that Liz has the capacity to pick up some of the Legistar work. It's some of the work that doesn't fall under those statutory responsibilities that Lydia was talking about. And so to shift some of that work slowly over time, I think we're hoping over the course of the next 6 to 9 months to shift some of that work. Really, it's about agenda setting, some of the training, and some of the system administration that needs to be done for Legistar.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for sharing that, especially Common Council agenda preparation, as you say, Legistar troubleshooting and training, correct? Would slowly transition from the clerk's office in large part to the Common Council office.
Yes, and big thanks to Eric Christensen and the other staff at the clerk's office who have been extremely supportive in helping work through sort of a long-term shift of those responsibilities versus sort of happily washing their hands of more work that has them bogged down.
Indeed, very well said. I hear they already have a schedule for next year, even in formation. So,
yeah,
well, we're quite ahead in planning for the new year. So, okay, great. Thank you both very much again. Welcome, Lydia, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder Biddiver.
Could we pull up the position summary? I'm struggling to rectify this conversation with what I'm seeing there. So, is it that the line where it says in the 2026 base, we have a municipal clerk 120, the salary is on the chief deputy clerk line. I'm struggling to understand what's what here. And I'm also struggling with, it looks to me, I'm only seeing one additional employee. And so maybe I'm missing something. Help me out.
The 2026 base includes the LTE position, and the LTE is scheduled to be deleted at the end of this year. So they've had extra support throughout this year and through for part of last year. At the end of last year, they picked up the LTE to help support the presidential election. We've kept them on, given the workload in that office all year long, but the budget for that is being deleted. So it is sort of technically only one increased position if you consider the LTE position to be sort of a permanent position. So it makes sense that would be confusing.
Okay, so the LTE position is the one that's on the MuniClerk 120 line? Okay, but then there's no FTE with the chief deputy clerk line. So this is why I'm confused.
Christine.
Or FTE. I said LTE, I meant FTE, sorry.
I would ask Christine to maybe speak to that.
I think that is a typo. Missing the one here because that would make it add up to 13. So apologies, we'll correct that.
Okay, then I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for the clerk? If not, thank you, Lydia, and thank you, Aaron. And we'll move on to EAP. And Arlene Gonzalez is here. Arlene?
Good evening, everyone. EAP's budget is pretty straightforward this year. Our budget is $555,000. Most of that is going towards salaries and benefits, with only one service, which is our EAP services, which provides funds for our external EAP and to provide our internal staff with adequate support when we have a lot of critical incident response that we need support for. Other than that, we are not having any major changes for 2026, and this is pretty much a cost to continue budget. if folks have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer that.
Thank you. Questions for EAP? Alder Vitever?
It's a very ignorant question, but EAP serves like all of our staff, including all of our first responders, or do they have their own separate entity?
Yes, we serve all city employees, including our first responders.
Okay, great. I'm sort of surprised that we don't have more need, but okay, thank you.
Both police and fire have wonderful peer support teams that supplement the work of EAP. Other questions for EAP? If not, thank you, Arlene.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
And we'll go on to finance. Dave?
Thank you, Mayor. I think we spent a lot of time on the finance budget earlier in the meeting. It's basically a cost to continue budget. We do have a small increase in the accounting service for what's called visual lease software, and that's to meet certain government accounting standards related to how we track leases, such as software leases, and reflect those in the financial statements. Otherwise, as I said, a cost to continue budget. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for finance? Seeing none, we'll go on to human resources. Erin?
I think Lydia said she's going to do this one. No, she's not. Thank you so much for having me to talk about the human resources budget. As you know, we have 4 main goals, and the goal of this budget is to support those 4 goals. 1, to provide adequate development for staff and for the organization. 1, to recruit, and another to retain effective, talented employees. And the last is to work through and promote effective human resources practices. And we have 2 main projects that, have been ongoing projects for us over the course of the last couple of years, but that are really going to be sort of on launch. I'm really sorry about that. Very sorry about that. Launched in the coming year. The one is the compensation study, which I mentioned earlier tonight. We will be reporting back on the findings of that compensation study, then working through finalizing the compensation plans and implementing over the course of probably a multi-year phased plan. The second is really toward implementing our talent management strategy, and that was developed. It was a key component of our larger strategic plan, and really requires, in order to live up to what we've intended, development and implementation of a human resources management system, which is a software really dedicated to the human resources management function. So we're in the contracting phase with their plans to start implementation in the first quarter of 2026 for the human resources management system. I'll call it shorthand, the HRM. The first phase will include data integration, core HR, and onboarding. The system will provide a seamless process with secure documentation through the employee life cycle. We are really behind almost all other organizations with implementation of a system like this. Some of the outcomes will include a comprehensive employee file, improved employee learning opportunities and talent management, better compliance with employment law, labor laws, cybersecurity needs, improved employee performance and satisfaction, better team connectivity and collaboration space, just-in-time training to allow for a rapid deployment of new programs and initiatives, improved safety and security practices, as well as more efficient recruitment and enhanced employee retention through a more structured, welcoming, and consistent onboarding system. So while the system will create significant improvement in our ability to maintain digital and accessible documentation related to human resources functions, it's going to require that we provide continual maintenance and support to ensure our workflows are compliant and adaptive to emerging needs. So in our cost to continue budget, we reallocated positions a little bit, you'll notice. One, to help support the human resources management system with subject matter expertise in each one of our units, able to really support the functions sort of relative to their area. Another is really to separate benefits. It's sort of a longer term plan to separate benefits from employee and labor relations. It is for a very long time been without sort of a firewall between accommodations, FMLA, and that sort of work, and some of the work around disciplinary investigations and that sort of thing. So this new structure will allow specialists to assist, but also require a centralized administrator. So that's our one new supplemental position. It's that centralized administrator to provide consistency and to develop and meet quality standards with the software. It will support the advanced level professional work of the administration and management of our first HRM. It will ensure operational security, maintenance, governance, and ongoing integrity of the system by establishing HR standard workflows to support necessary HR business practices. So that's our main supplemental request. We are really grateful for the mayor considering it as we started to work through what implementation of this HRM was going to be. We quickly realized it was going to be a very difficult implementation without the additional staffing. And indeed, we did ask for a staffing study by Moss Adams, who helped support us through the RFP process. And they recommended really a number of focused positions on this. We're really settling for one to really help us with all functions related to the HRM. There is one other supplemental, we're calling it a supplemental request. It's really just moving a position from Metro Transit HR to Central HR to support drug testing and labor relations functions. Our goal there isn't to really change the workload of the position. It's to enhance consistency in the processes, oversight over what is a core human resources function. So that's what I would share about our budget. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Erin. Questions for HR? Seeing none. And since Erin is also going to present the budget for the Office of the Independent Monitor, we'll go to that next.
Thank you so much. I'm joined today by Maya Pearson, who is the PCOB chair. And so Maya is going to be talking a little bit about the importance of the Office of the Independent Monitor and really what they're hoping to accomplish in the coming year. I will say I've just started to really familiarize myself with the work there. I'm only working in that office until we can get an interim in place. That posting for the interim has gone up. So if you know folks who might be interested in the interim or permanent position, I would please encourage folks to apply. If they serve as the interim, they'll be the hiring manager and so would not be eligible to serve as the permanent. But in my quick time with that group, I will just share that certainly appreciate the mayor. There's quite a bit of appreciation for the mayor, including no changes to the budget for the Office of the Independent Monitor. I think Robin's priority. Robin, in her request, really looked for restoring of a lot of funds that were cut last year. But I would say the biggest priority that Robin shared was the intent to, or hope to, reinstate the data analyst position to a full-time position. It's currently at 60% and budgeted at 60%. And so that was really, while they asked for restoration of all of those funds, that was really the priority for them for this office. I will share that there is a lot of work that's been accomplished in that office. From the outside, you could see quite a bit of a lack of movement of some projects, and I've quickly come to find that there was a bit of a bottleneck, and I'm hoping that the new independent monitor will sort of release that bottleneck and allow that work to do meaningful work within the city. So I just asked Maya to share a little bit about the goals of the PCOB and what they hope to accomplish with this budget. Oh, if I didn't say, this is a fully cost to continue budget.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Maya Pearson. I'm the chair of the PCOB, that's the Police Civilian Oversight Board, and this is the first time that I am speaking at a budget finance meeting. So some of the work that, as Aaron alluded to already, this is a cost to continue budget, and the Police Civilian Oversight Board finds it very important that we ensure that the stability of the office. And although we would like some items to be restored in the budget, we understand that, in this moment, unfortunately, it's just not possible. However, we are grateful for that cost to continue. As Aaron also alluded to, we have sent out the notice for an interim independent monitor and are working diligently with the HR department in the creation of the hiring process, and looking forward to working with them in hiring the permanent independent monitor. And so with that, I think it's important that some of the pieces that we do have with the cost to continuation, including the fund for the legal services, that some of those pieces are meant to stay so that we can do some of the work. And some of that is that we have some investigations that that the independent monitor and the Office of the Independent Monitor have been working on. And I think there are some key reports and such that, once we are able to hire the permanent independent monitor, that we hope that we can start releasing and start working on with some of the complaints that have submitted investigations with us. And so we plan on accomplishing that by the end of the year. And so I know that there were some questions before about just the amounts for the independent monitors salary, but again, as Aaron alluded to, the interim will be paid, and per the notice that went out, and then we're also hopefully looking to hire the permanent independent monitor by the end of the year. So thank you again for the time, and that is what I'll say.
Thank you both. Are there questions for the Office of the Independent Monitor? Seeing none. Thank you both. And we'll go back to finish off administration with information technology. And Sarah Edgerton is here. Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, committee members. And I would like to start by saying I am incredibly disappointed that Aaron did not offer to present my budget as well. Anyway. So the information technology has a cost to continue budget that maintains current IT service levels. As you can see, the IT budget is mainly comprised of benefits and salaries at 51% and hardware and software maintenance costs at about 48%. And then, as Christine noted in her budget overview, there have been increased costs in subscription services and cloud services across the city. And in IT, we are noting a 6% increase in our current annual software and system maintenance contracts. We also have increase in costs in our business service solution services, and this is due to costs related to the city's enterprise-wide GIS system licensing structure. It has changed and costs have increased. And then also our city's permitting and licensing system software that we are doing a transition to the cloud currently. And so finally, for all other services, there are no changes from 2025, and all service budgets are maintaining current service levels. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Questions for IT? Alder Revere.
Mayor, were you calling on me?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. I have to confess I'm multitasking. I was just in a neighborhood association meeting giving my report. Sarah, I want to thank, no offense to you, Sarah and Amanda, I apologize. I just wanted to take a moment and let you, Sarah, share the great news about the Code Enforcement Complaints Project, something that, as you know, I've asked you about in this forum for years. So you want to share the good news, and then we can maybe ask Matt Tucker a question about it tomorrow.
Sure.
As well when he's up.
Well, the great news, and I'm not sure if you know the most current news. Let's see if you know exactly the most current news, which is it's live right now. So it went live at 2:30 this afternoon. So code enforcements can now be looked up on the city website. And I would be happy to share that link with all of you after the meeting. And thank you, Alder Revere, for continuing to remind us of the project. I appreciate that. So thank you.
Well, you're very kind. I don't know if you really mean that, Sarah.
No, it's always good. It's always good to be reminded. Yeah.
I just want to extend my great thanks to you and your talented team for prioritizing this to the best of your ability these last few years. And so I do think that this is a big deal. It's something that other municipalities around the country have been able to do. And so I'm glad that we're able to offer this now to the majority of Madison residents that we know are all renters. I think it would be a big help as they're searching for apartments and just seeing what the status is of their own complaints that they might have filed with BHI. So thank you. And yes, I look forward to you and or Matt making the announcement formally to all alders and at your convenience. It doesn't have to be tonight. So thank you.
Easy
enough.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to Matt for keeping us going on this too. I appreciate that.
Thanks again.
Thank you, Alder.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions for IT? Seeing none, thank you, Sarah. And we are on to Public Works, starting with all of the various engineerings. And, Alder Vitiver.
I'm wondering if we could take a 10-minute recess, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of a 10-minute recess? Seeing no objection, it is 7:44. We'll be back at 7:54. at 7:54, which is 10 minutes. So if alders are present, ask them to turn their cameras back on. And looks like we are close. Hopefully we have Dave back to call the roll.
Are you ready, Mayor?
I'm ready.
Council President Vitever?
Here.
Alder Verveer?
Here.
And with Mike.
Alder Govindarajan? Alder Madison?
Here.
Alder Evers?
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole?
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you. All right, so we're at engineering, and which includes landfill, sewer, and stormwater, and Jim Wolf is here. Jim?
Good evening, everyone. I think if it's all right, I'll kind of take it one budget at a time, stop for questions. Sound good? Okay. I will start with engineering. This is kind of our broadest operating budget. It includes 4 services: our engineering and administration, facilities management, facilities operations and maintenance, and our private development service. So this budget essentially maintains service levels, and we're utilizing salary savings to manage to the budget target. Kind of throughout engineering, I'm going to note a couple of things here that apply broadly to engineering, including the utilities as well as landfill. We are implementing some technology to improve efficiency, eliminate manual, redundant kind of tasks, and that's through our Autodesk Construction Cloud platform. We've been implementing that through our construction inspection section throughout 2025. We'll be expanding that to our private development section going into 2026. And I just wanted to make note of that because that's allowed us to kind of reallocate staff within engineering to kind of more critical tasks too. And so within this budget, kind of a change from 2025 that I do want to highlight is we do have some increased funding within this budget for our facilities maintenance and operations section, in particular for supplies and services related to facilities maintenance. And this is really just to get that in line with the actual costs of doing that work, as in recent years, we have not been able to even stay close to our budget number within that work. And just as our buildings have continued to advance, we're getting more efficient, better technology, more overhead doors, et cetera. The cost for the services and supplies to upkeep those buildings has gone up, and this budget hopes to get our budget in line with the actual cost of doing that work. And then kind of reaching back to a more broad engineering look, we do have a number of position allocation changes kind of throughout engineering. Within the last couple of years, we have had shifting roles. And as part of this budget, we're kind of updating our allocations between what staff are doing in terms of hitting capital projects, doing work on the utilities, et cetera. And this is getting it in line with the work that they're actually performing. Then we do have a number of individual positions I want to kind of note too. We have a machine operator 1 we're proposing to recreate as a CAD specialist 2. Within our operations section, we have not been able to fill and keep filled that machine operator 1 position, probably since COVID, the pandemic. And so since then, we have kind of reprioritized and shifted work roles. And we've managed in our operations group without that position. We think that could be more useful as a CAD specialist to working with our technology group and helping to make some data improvements and accuracy improvements that ultimately get used throughout the division. And other agencies can utilize some of that work too that we're doing within engineering. And then specific to our engineering, facilities, and operations maintenance, we have a position that's currently a 4-person 2 that we're proposing to recreate as a facilities operations supervisor. So right now we have our facilities operations and maintenance ultimately become the responsibility of our assistant city engineer in facilities, Brian Cooper. I think most of you know Brian. And this position change would better align with not only our utilities and operations group, but better organize all of the work being done by our facilities operations and maintenance folks. And I think that's about what I have for our general engineering budget.
Right. Questions on general engineering? Seeing none, then where do you want to go next, Jim? Landfill?
I guess landfill was listed next. This is always the most fun. So landfill this is a cost continue budget. So this would allow us to continue doing the quiet but critical work of managing our 5 closed landfills to protect public safety and the environment. And also with this budget, we are not proposing any increases to our landfill special charge, which has remained at 50 cents per month since 2021.
Any questions on landfill? Seeing nothing on landfill. Sewer?
All right, so in sewer, we have 2 services in sewer. It's our engineering and administration for sanitary sewer, and then our sanitary sewer operations and maintenance. I've kind of touched on some of our division-wide staff changes, and we're not planning on any changes to service levels. As part of this budget, we are proposing a 4.5% rate increase, which with approximately 2/3 of that rate increase is actually passed through from the treatment charges from the Madison Metro Sewerage District. So making up the bulk of the increased rate would be coming from MMSD. Also a change that I wanted to highlight is as part of this budget, we are proposing to hire a consultant to complete a citywide sanitary sewer model. So right now, we do not have a good understanding of the full capacity limitations of our sewer system. So as the city continues to grow, this model is going to be critical for managing those assets and making sure that we're protecting customers and not pushing flows within our system beyond their capacity and resulting in backups. And a lot of bad things can happen. Right now, our only means to really have a good understanding of our capacity in our system is either when we pick it up through our routine televising, which we're only completing once every 10 years on each main throughout the city. So it's not really all that frequent. Or when we do have a large scale development, we have to do a lot of work to kind of project flows and build in a lot of assumptions into what the flows in the system are based on the sewer shed that ultimately leads into the particular sewer main that we're concerned about. But with a model, we can get ahead of some of these potential problems and better plan our long-term work within the sanitary sewer utility for managing the infrastructure. So the cost of that citywide sewer model that's in the budget is about $500,000. And we think that this is a good time compared to what we have seen recently in the recent past, and also kind of projecting going forward based around what MMSD's projected rate increases have been. So up until going into 2026, we had consistently seen 8 to 10% rate increases passing through MMSD to the city customers, and kind of going out into the nearish future, we're probably looking at somewhere in the range of 7 to 9% still. But with the change in leadership at MMSD and looking at some of the funds that they have in reserves, their proposed rate increase for 2026 is only 4.7%. So this is kind of a good opportunity for us to do this needed model, and while not overburdening the sanitary sewer customers of the city of Madison. I think that's what I have for sewer.
Questions on sewer? Seeing none. And then last but not least, stormwater.
All right, so stormwater, pretty similar to sewer, looking at some of those same division-wide staff reallocations that I talked about. And a couple of other ones more specific to the stormwater utility. We are proposing to recreate a conservation technician and a public works foreperson, so 2 positions, being recreated to 2 engineering program specialists, and that would just better align with the work that is actually being done and we need to continue to be done out of those 2 positions. We aren't planning any changes in services, and we are continuing our watershed study process in the stormwater utility, hoping to wrap that up in 2027. And with that, we have a proposed rate increase of about 2% for 2026, which is roughly 25 cents per month for the average customer. And that's primarily due to debt service for capital projects in the stormwater utility. I think that's all I've got for stormwater.
Questions on stormwater? Seeing none. Thank you, Jim. And we will go on to Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have questions of engineering generally.
Okay.
And I'm sorry I didn't raise my hand before we moved on to the utilities quick enough. I know that Jim is anticipating at least one question that I have, so he's prepped for it. And I also know that Heather Stouter is with us tonight to discuss this as well. And that's a potential new position that you're seeking an amendment for, Jim, for a public works development manager in engineering mapping section. Do you want to speak to this at the top, or have Heather or Chris give the background of this request that I know you've shared with some of us?
I'll maybe start, and then Heather and Chris can help fill in. Thank you very much for that question, Alder Verveer. That position, like you mentioned, would be within engineering mapping, in particular, primarily working within our private development service. So across engineering, we have a number of touch points with private development, including negotiating the developer agreements for all the public infrastructure that needs to be installed, design work, inspection work. But kind of a less visible one is the critical work that's being done by 2 staff in our mapping section, that with every conditional use or CSM or plat, or all of the replats that we're seeing these days with the changing in the housing market, they need to review all of those and ensure compliance not only with city mapping standards, but state statutes, ordinances, administrative codes, et cetera, to make sure that the land is actually being subdivided properly. And then these 2 staff are also in charge of managing the city's official map whenever we need to acquire lands for a public works project, be it for a transportation project, a sewer or stormwater project, or a water utility project. They get involved in drawing up all of the exhibits and legal descriptions. So it's highly technical work that's being done by these 2 folks. And I kind of noted at the top of the engineering division kind of broad presentation that with some of the technology improvements that we've done, we have shifted roles within engineering quite a bit, and we've kind of created more capacity in some areas within our private development service. But this, due to the skills needed in this area, this is one spot where if we could get another position in there, this right now is probably the primary bottleneck within our private development review process. So a new position here would certainly help move some of those projects through the city review process quicker. I don't know if Chris or Heather had anything to add to that. Seems okay. And then I guess we're still working on some of the numbers. The position, it's a public works development manager position. For the entirety of 2026, salary and benefits, I think would be looking at somewhere around $115,000 in costs. And we're still working on ways to reduce that. We know that we'd be able to reduce some overtime of the 2 staff working in that area for one. We're looking for some other cost savings too to help bring that down a bit more, even from there. So we're hoping to get it well under $100,000, hopefully, in terms of a net budget amendment.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jim, and Heather, for you being here. Chris, I'm sure you would have been here anyway. But anyway, yeah, thank you all for that. A few follow-up questions. So my understanding is that your excellent talented and mighty staff of 2 in mapping have racked up tens of thousands of dollars in overtime because they're burning the midnight oil literally, pretty much. Can you give a ballpark, or is it premature to say that, is it well over $50,000 current year, last year, because of all the new development that keeps coming at them?
I think it is. Oh, sorry, Alder.
I was just going to say, and obviously I can't speak for our friends in the finance department if what they'll be comfortable with saying in a potential budget amendment narrative in terms of overtime reduction. But if you could speak to that a little more, please.
I do think that total overtime has exceeded $50,000. But one of the pieces that we're still working on some of the details is some of that overtime is also related to the capital projects that I noted too. So the way it would hit our budget with an overtime reduction isn't quite as straightforward because of that capital element. So we'd have to kind of dig into our numbers a little bit better and refine how much overtime we actually think we could reduce that would actually help the general fund component of this position.
Thank you. And then in terms of what could be billed to capital projects that you believe was relatively small, is that correct? Or
yes,
still to be determined as well?
It's still to be determined. I do think it would be relatively small because the goal of this position would really be to help move those private development, get those development projects reviewed and moving through the process. So we try to focus the position on that work.
Mm-hmm. And in reading your agency budget request, you talk a lot about Autodesk Construction Cloud, ACC. Can you explain why, as you said tonight, that you've been maximizing technology and your agency request speaks to ACC allowing us to speed up the work that your team does with private developments, but again, it's because that you need real specialized folks with credentials to do this work. The Autodesk can't do the work, and I know you already spoke to this, but can you be a little more specific as to what credentials are needed and why you need another FTE to actually do this work?
Yes, so this position would require the person filling it to be a registered land surveyor. So that's somebody that has not only completed the test, but has also done the necessary field work in surveying and also some of the office work, preparing these exhibits and things for CSMs and plats, et cetera, and has gained the necessary experience to do that work to really be competent in that field. Whereas what we're building out with ACC is helping to eliminate a lot of our paperwork and kind of more manual communication tasks that often just end up being right now tracked through emails back and forth, and people lose track of it, and then you're spending time trying to track it down. So it's more, tracking things and having some forms built out that's a little bit easier to share back and forth, and less so actually being able to complete some of this technical work that really requires a detailed eye to make sure that things are being approved and recorded properly in the city.
And then perhaps lastly on this topic, the impending town of Blooming Grove attachment in 2027, I know is another concern. So could you explain that to the committee and or Heather or Chris, whoever wants to take that one?
I've talked a lot. I'll let Chris take that one.
Okay.
Yeah, so the town of Blooming Grove is portions of that are due to annex in the city in 2027. So we just kind of went through this with town of Madison. That was a significant workload on this particular section because all those new parcels come in the city, and you have to work on the addressing and all the mapping of all those new areas. So that's a pretty big workload coming up in 27.
And to kind of build on that a little bit, what we experienced with the town of Madison is the records coming in and us trying to manage and bring into our system are not, excellent. it takes a lot of work to kind of reconfigure and build those things into our system too.
Thank you. And then, Mayor, I have questions on a different engineering topic. I don't know if any colleagues have questions about this request for an additional position coming from staff after the executive operating budget was introduced, but should I move on to my other topic then?
Are there any other Finance Committee members or alders with questions on this topic? I think you should go ahead, Alder Verveer.
Okay, thank you. And thanks again, Heather. I know you made a special point of being here tonight for that, given the work you're doing in the Office of the Director of Planning. Anyway, my question was, Jim, on the different topic, and you obviously mentioned it in your overview, but I've said it before and I'll say it again tonight. Engineering always seems to win the prize for the number of reallocations proposed in an operating budget year after year after year. It's quite a list. The one that struck out to me, and you did talk about it in your introduction, but in your agency request as well, where you requested it in writing this spring, was the street and sewer machine operator. And I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. You haven't been able to fill this since before the pandemic. Did I hear you right?
Yeah, pretty much. But not consistently. We've maybe had people briefly fill that position, but we haven't been able to keep them around and keep it filled.
And why is that? Why do you or Kathy think that that's the case, out of curiosity?
That is a good question. That position does require a CDL. And we have noticed kind of a higher level of difficulty of keeping staff in the positions that require CDLs. Just requires more training and a bigger personal life commitment too, because that is a license that kind of carries with you even when you're going about your personal business too. And so I think that's maybe a considerable part of this too. And sometimes people leave that position, or we've even, they'll find a position in another city agency too. And it just kind of seems like it's a field position, entry level, that requires a certain level of training and commitment that's been difficult to keep at that pay grade.
Thank you. So you obviously believe we won't notice any lack of service in that area, including the joint agreement that engineering has with parks and streets and sharing frontline public works employees.
Yeah, we feel pretty confident. There were even times when beyond just this one, we were down, I think as high as 9 positions within our operations group were vacant at a time, kind of in the similar level. And so we've gotten pretty used to adjusting and working with fewer people. And now we are thankfully full beyond just this one. And we're doing really pretty well at that staffing level with our operations group now.
Sounds good. Thanks very much, Jim. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for engineering in any category? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Jim. And now we will go on to fleet. And Rachel Darkin is here. Rachel?
And Mayor, before Rachel starts, I just wanted to make one quick comment about the fleet budget presentation. Fleet is one of the internal service funds within the agency, and as a result, they recover much of their expenses through billings to other agencies that receive their services. And in our accounting system, interdepartmental billings are classified as an expense, even though they function more like a revenue. So in both of the fleet pages, you'll see the net amount that includes billings. So you'll notice these percentages are a little odd, like negative 900%. The total budget is 2.6 million. This is part of adapting to a new system and trying to figure out how to make all of the templates work together. But we do have a note that explains the total expenditure budget is 26.6 million. So I just wanted to provide that context if this looks off. We're working on it.
Thank you, Christine. You may have avoided some questions on that front. Rachel.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Mayor. So the fleet service budget is fairly status quo, but there's a couple things I want to highlight. First, the executive budget includes changing a vacant parts technician position to an operations clerk. This is a budget neutral change, and that position had been vacant for a little while now from a retirement, and then we kept it vacant in order to meet our budget efficiency numbers. But we've realized that there is a greater need to increase our administrative capacity in our parts room. So this operations clerk would have a working title of a parts operations clerk, and really this person would be focused on improving our inventory procedures with a goal of decreasing any downtime that we might see due to waiting for parts, but also making sure that we're carrying a lean inventory so that we don't have a lot of overhead. That's a fine line that we continue to try to walk. So grateful that that position change is in the operating budget, the executive budget. You'll also see a reallocation of about $40,000 from our electricity line. Most of that, or half of that, is actually going to be going to true up some of our costs, such as vehicle registration, uniform laundry, reporting fees, things that we're just bringing budget to actual, as well as increasing our training budget a little bit to continue to work on that professional development piece and employee retainment that is really key for our fleet technicians. And then $20,000 of that reallocation is actually going to help us replace aging or broken shop equipment. There's lots of things that we use in our shop that get worn down, and we need that to make sure that we're still having peak performance for our sister agencies that we serve. And also just wanted to highlight that this reallocation is possible thanks to the energy savings that we see from the solar panel array on our building since moving into Nakusa. So great points for energy savings there. And then just some greater context for our budget for 2026. We continue to see high costs on parts and repairs, and the executive budget does include an increase to cover these trends as part of the cost to continue. And that increase was noted by finance staff in that overview presentation earlier tonight. And the budget also includes funding for our use of renewable diesel. So renewable diesel, being a true drop-in fuel, helps us save costs on the capital side, avoiding having to add any additional equipment on our heavy-duty trucks or purchase and upgrade our infrastructure necessary for running 100% biodiesel. And of course, it supports our climate goals to reduce emissions. So this work will be able to continue into 2026. And happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Rachel. Questions for Fleet? Seeing none. Thank you, Rachel. And we'll go on to Parks, and Lisa Lassinger is here.
Great. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here to present on behalf of Parks. We have 4 major service areas within the Parks division when it comes to our operating budget. Largely, our budget is cost to continue, but we do have some changes that I want to highlight. Within community services, the majority of our major changes are related to new facilities that are coming on board. The Door Creek shelter will be fully operational for a full year next year, and it's a year-round facility. Same with the Warner Park Community Rec Center. We will be finishing up the expansion there at the end of this year, early next year. So we'll have additional programming space. And then the Imagination Center will be coming online. So our baseline budget our request reflected some increased revenues to account for additional revenue based on rentals and increase charges for service. We do also have an increase for hourly wages within this service to support the broader needs of those new facilities. And I'll talk more about additional resources that have been provided through the executive budget through our supplemental requests when I finish going through our highlights here. And then we do have a minor decrease in donations within our aquatics program that's based on a major donor that we've known over the last several years that their funding was going to be ending, and we've been working with the Parks Foundation. So the Parks Foundation will continue to support scholarships to the pool, but at a reduced level from where we have been previously. Ulbrich Botanical Gardens is another major within our operating budget. We have seen increased attendance year after year since following the pandemic. Last year we had record visitorship of 370,000 guests. So our budget for Ulbrich reflects an alignment of our resources based on that increased use. So we've increased our hourly wages, but that is offset by increased revenue and reallocating our supplies and services. And then within our parks, land, and facilities maintenance, we are looking to reclassify or increase a park worker position from 0.75 FTE to 1.0 FTE. This is completely offset by reallocating hourly funds, and it helps to ensure stability in that work and provide the services year round. It also helps to, in some way, reduce our over-reliance on hourly wages when it comes to our operations. And then in our, we've also had an increase in our utilities by about $90,000. That's based on our actual electricity and stormwater charges that we've been incurring historically. And then there's no major changes within our planning and development section. We do have some changes within our restricted funds as outlined in the budget. That's within our Dogs and Park program, the Disc Golf Fund, and then the Ultimate Frisbee Association. Much of that involves either increases or decreases to our capital budget based on our 2026 request. And I want to touch a little bit on our supplemental requests, which we're very thankful are included in the executive budget. As I mentioned previously, the Warner Park Community Rec expansion is nearing completion. Once it's finished, we'll have a 25% increase in the amount of space that can be programmed, and that we'll also need to maintain. So the supplemental increases our hourly funding by an additional $30,000 that will allow us to address the growing demands for customer service, programming, as well as maintenance of the facility. So this will help to make sure that we're meeting the community needs at the center. We also, the Imagination Center at Rindell Park has been discussed a couple of times tonight. And again, we really appreciate the funding that is included in the executive budget. The Imagination Center is a joint partnership between the Madison Public Library and the Parks Division. Over the last several years, we've worked very closely with library staff to develop an operating plan that will allow us to efficiently operate the facility. Each agency between Parks and the library will be responsible for managing our own respective sides of the facility due to the nature of the unique operations. So the Parks Division's executive budget includes the Parks portion only of costs to operate the year-round reservable park shelter. We're not asking for any permanent allocations. We're asking for an increase of around $11,000 to support operations and maintenance. Some elements will likely need to be contracted by a third party in order to, as is done at many other library locations, since we're working on that in partnership with the library. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding the Parks Division's operating budget.
Questions for Parks? Seeing none, I believe Charlie may be here to pinch hit on golf and then transition into streets.
Oh, I have the golf operating budget, unless Charlie wants to add more to that. We've been very
we'll let you
involved in
do it,
that.
Lisa, then.
Okay. All right.
$5.5 million this year, folks.
Yep.
Another new record.
Yep. And definitely shout out to Charlie for his support with the golf program in an advisory role during our Parks Division transition. It's been a heck of a summer and a heck of a year for golf. Another record year of revenue. That's amazing that we just surpassed $5.5 million this weekend, and we're about 6,000 rounds ahead of last year's numbers. Effective in 2026 at the beginning of the season, we will be reducing, this is a planned reduction from 72 holes down to 54 holes. So we'll be losing 18 holes of golf at Yahara due to that land sale to Dane County. The county's in the process of getting all their permits in place to build a landfill and sustainability campus on the easternmost portion of the golf course. We sold them 200 acres back in 2023, I believe. And so this budget actually right sizes our revenues to reflect historic 5-year averages on the revenues we think we're confident we'll be able to achieve with a 54-hole operation. We've also aligned our expenses with our expected service levels for that reduced operation. So our rates for the golf program, because we do, obviously, as an enterprise, we have to cover all of our expenses with the revenue that we're bringing in. So our rates are reviewed annually and approved by the Board of Park Commissioners. They were just approved last week. So as we do that process, we review our local competitors and make sure that we're competitive with the local market, but also that we're continuing to provide high quality, affordable golfing opportunities. So the rates in general include a very minor increase across the board. So with that, that's all I have for a golf update, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions on golf? Alder Figueroa Cole.
A good question. How much of the golf enterprise comes back to the general fund?
We do have within the interdepartment fund, there is a pilot fee, and then we also contribute to the I don't have that number open right in front of me because I had the Parks Division's budget open. But we also contribute to central services such as the mayor's office and the human resources, and I believe IT. So there is a portion of the revenues that we bring in each year that go back to the general fund. The pilot is the payment in lieu of taxes.
And how much is that?
Let me open that up.
Does that changes every year? Is that just always $200K?
It changed again. It actually is based on the land. It's built on the amount of acres that are under that program. And so since we've reduced our number of acres by 200, the pilot will be reduced for next year also by $55,000. So the pilot itself is $145,000 for 2026.
I'm sorry, Jesse. So must be watching the game. Someone screaming downstairs. Sorry about that. And is that money, the pilot money, does that come directly to the general fund, or is that for us to pay something specific? Can someone please refresh my memory on that?
Alder Figueroa Cole, that money is a general fund revenue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lisa.
And we do pay interdepartmental charges, so we pay fleet as well. So between the two, it'll be around, doing quick math here, around 700,000, between 700,000 and 800,000 in 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for golf? All right. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
And now, Charlie, streets.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Charlie Romine, Streets and Urban Forestry. A few things to chat about on our budget as far as highlights. I'll start with forestry. Really, in the 2 years since Forester Ian Brown's been with us, we've been working on recognizing and bringing to the forefront the professionalism amongst our arborist staff. And this, I would call it a minor alteration more than a reorganization of forestry. As part of that, it also ties in part and parcel with what some of you, well, certainly the alders on this call were involved with last week with implementing the revision to the tree protection ordinance. And so what this really is kind of the B side of that record. This is how we intend to make our first kick at operationalizing it. There was really two possibilities. One, hire a fourth forestry specialist at the tune of about $90,000 with including benefit costs, or really looking at going this route, which is really recognizing the professionalism that we have within our forestry work group, and then also putting people in position to be available to pick up the increase in development review we're expecting on the front side with that tree, with the tree revisions that we did last week at council. So really what we're doing here is the current 18-8 position, which is occupied by Craig Klinke, he's been in that role for a long time, would be reclassed to an 18-10 with a working title as Assistant City Forester. Our four persons, which are currently tree trimmer four persons, would be reclassed into Public Works four persons. And so the idea there is that those four persons really are are trained, skilled, and are in positions in the field to pick up some of that work that our specialists have to go out and do. And so really it's an efficiency gain and will provide more time for our three specialists that we currently have to do more of that upfront work on the development side, because our Public Works four persons moving forward are able to take some of that field work off their plates. That's something we've talked to the specialists about, the four persons about. They're all in agreement that this is a good plan. We're also then, because we're going to be taking those four persons and having them doing some of that specialist work, we're creating the two operations lead workers, or arborist lead workers, working title. And essentially we're not adding new positions to forestry at this time. We want to see how these lead worker positions can function. And so these lead worker positions will then kind of straddle that fence of still being able to run the saw and do the work, but then also taking over some of that day-to-day, hour-to-hour decision-making and work assignments that are currently done by those four persons as they move on to do that work, as I'd mentioned with the specialists. So in a nutshell, that's the forestry move. Next, I might be the first street superintendent to ever say this, but there's exciting things happening at the drop-off sites. We are under construction right now. For those of you that were here for the capital budget, you know, but we're under construction right now to change the temporary, that was several years, temporary drop-off site at the Olin transfer station, and making that a permanent third site. The intention there with the two positions that are included here is to make that a fully functioning third site that will operate, accept the same materials, operate the same way with the same hours and the same seasonality as both the South Point site and the Sycamore site have since 2021. And so for this year, the Olin temporary Olin site will close down at the end of November as planned, but when we reopen in April, that's when that will start. And so we have the street machine operator position that is in support of that. The operating maintenance worker will also be in support of that, but also, and very importantly, we have an electric low-speed grinder. Low speed is a matter of perception. Where a high-speed grinder runs at we'll say 100 miles an hour, this runs 50, so it's still fast. It's just slower than 100. And but what that's going to do, allow us to do, one is burn less fossil fuel. Our high-speed grinder burns between 50 and 50 gallons of diesel an hour when operating. So a good portion of that grinding, as much as we can, will be moved over to our electric low-speed grinder. We will see some savings in our breakdowns with that. And then also what that's going to allow us to do is take several thousand tons of wood that currently goes to the landfill as landfill and chip that up now and convert that to landfill cap, which the landfill is always requesting more of and does not charge us for. And so that's something that we're extremely excited about. It's been a couple years in the making, but we anticipate that we're going to be able to start doing this in the spring. Bringing in the electric shark grinder and getting that up and running and operationalized is being worked on concurrently with the drop-off site construction. And then with that, both the urban forestry special charge and the resource recovery special charge, at the time we put this together more than a month ago, we're not anticipating any changes in the rate. We still think that's probably true. It could be a couple of pennies either way. The reason is, again, when we have to put this together in July and August, we don't always know what the final number of customers that we'll have to spread the costs across. But we anticipate it will be zero gain. It might be a penny or two either way, but that's what we're anticipating. We are continuing in 2026 to place some of the revenue from our recycling towards that resource recovery special charge to hold that rate down, which again, those are revenues that are being generated from our residents recycling. So really it's just going back to as a credit there to keep that rate low. With that, I think that's it for highlights in the streets and urban forestry team.
Thank you, Charlie. Questions for streets and urban forestry? Seeing none. Perhaps, Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. Charlie knows he can count on me, especially when he says exciting things are happening at drop-off sites, and I couldn't agree more. So thank you, Charlie, for all your work getting us to this point. I can't wait for next year and folks in the central city having that level of service that others have enjoyed on other parts of the city. So I don't have questions about that. Just to thank you. I also want to say that exciting things are certainly happening in forestry, and I want to thank you for that and the innovations that you just articulated that are contained in the executive operating budget. I actually have a question about the recycling resolution that was on our agenda earlier tonight, knowing that the finance department reclasses would take a fair amount of time. I did not want to make Brian Johnson sit here for what could have been an extra few hours to ask the simple question. I knew I could ask the simple question of you tonight when you presented your budget, and that is, it wasn't clear in the Pelletieri contract resolution, but did any other providers bid? Did Waste Management, for example, try to get back in the game like they, as you know, used to be our provider for recycling services years ago for processing?
Just the one bidder.
Just Pelletieri. Mm-hmm. Very good. Okay. And then how are we doing in terms of waste? Obviously, no, it's a key part of our contract, as the resolution said. Are we trending in the right direction or no? With all the recycling inspections your team has been doing?
We're pretty flat right now. One of the things, Alder Revere, we're looking at doing, it didn't really rise to the level of necessarily a highlight, but setting aside $7,000 next year to actually work with University of Wisconsin program, the University program they have to actually work through some of the issues we have with communicating with our residents on what is recyclable and trying to get I remain convinced, Alder, that more than what is recyclable, it's how do you take things that are recyclable and make them not recyclable. That seems to be the biggest issue. Like cardboard gets wet. The salad dressing bottle isn't cleaned out, right? The labels, when they're wrapped all over something, aren't even attempted to be taken off. And right, we've taken something that is completely recyclable and made it residual trash within our recycling. So we wanted two things: figure out the right way to try and reach people in a very fragmented, society of the way people get information now, and then two, try to ramp up a little bit of our cart peaking to try and educate people on what they're putting in the recycling, either because it was never recyclable or in the state it's in. But we're high. We're above the national average right now, not dramatically so, but noticeably so. We really think we should be more in a 13.5% residual with a single stream recycling like we do. That would put us, at a very high level for the type of recycling we do. But we oscillate between 18 and 19, and we need to be more. We need to be less than that, and there's financial ramifications for that. So we are exploring some different ways to reach out and trying to communicate with residents who have 1,000 other things that they're paying attention to, and they want to feel like they're doing the right things by putting things in the recycling cart, even when sometimes it's not the right thing to do. Long-winded, I'm sorry, but that's kind of...
No, thank you.
It's on our radar.
I didn't know about the relationship with the university that's planned for next year as well. The other topic I just wanted to switch, not as perhaps fun for me, but I wanted to get your input on if the reduction in large item collection to multifamily buildings in the city has met your expectations in all respects, both financially and otherwise.
The short answer is yes, it has. It has certainly provided needed relief for that work facet. It has allowed our residents, who we are almost never pushing more than a week out for residents to be able to put in a work order. And before, we were seeing that, we were getting to a point where that was happening pretty routinely. Now we are still working through. In fact, I've got 2 on my plate that came in last week when I was on vacation, where different types of residences think they should be included, or for whatever reason. So we're still getting requests to reconsider and working those through, but those have slowed as well. And we consider those on a case-by-case basis and try to apply a fair standard to it. But we still get some of those, but it has been a dramatic improvement for us, for sure.
And you have no plans with this executive operating budget to reduce the special August work that you and your team do each year in the campus area, correct?
Correct, none.
That's
no plans
to
reduce.
When the large item collection service was reduced dramatically for many downtown, given the densities of the dwelling units here, that was a concern that this was going to lead to further loss of service. But
right, no plans for that.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Charlie. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for Streets and Urban Forestry? If not, thank you, Charlie. And we'll go on to water. But before we do, inquiring minds want to know that the Dodgers are up by 1 in the middle of the 6th. Krishna is here for water, as is January.
Good evening, Mayor and Finance Committee members. January will lead the proceedings for us this evening.
Good evening, everyone. This is January, Water Utility Finance and Admin Manager. So with our 2026 operating budget, we continue to maintain our water utility network and fund our 7 core services so that we can supply high quality water for consumption and fire protection at a reasonable cost while conserving and protecting our groundwater. With that, our budget includes an increase in salaries and benefit for 2 new positions. This is needed for additional compliance compliance and workload. This would be an accountant 3 at 1812 and a water quality supervisor at 18.9. In addition, we also have an increase to our services for painting. And with our 26 operating budget, we do have a new rate estimated to go into effect around March of 2026. This would be with an estimated overall annualized increase of 4.6%. This would mean an increase of about 2.7 million in revenue via charges for services. Our last rate case was effective March 1 of 2023. So with that, we do not anticipate any major changes to our services based on revenue, but we will continue to explore potential ways to address water affordability and while staying within regulatory guidelines. With that, is there any questions?
January, questions for water utility? Seeing, Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, January and Krishna. Could you just share with us what the initial feedback you're getting from PSC staff is about our rate case?
Do you want to take that, Krishna?
Yeah, I will take it. Thank you, Alder, for the good question. The staff has supported one of our requests, which is to increase expense depreciation from $5 million to $10 million, which is a good thing. So expense depreciation, just to give you a little reference point, that is money included in the rate base and mandated to be spent in replacement of old pipelines. So we are currently getting $5 million from the rate to do that. Our new request is to increase it to 10 million. So PSC staff has indicated they will support that request. And then we had also asked for cash adder or more monies to do capital work. We had asked for $6 million increase. They are, I think, agreeing for about 3.5, although the commissioners would make the ultimate decision in November. So this is at the staff level. So we got half of our cash adder request and the expense depreciation. And the third component is MADCAP. Staff is not inclined to support it, but again, the commissioners will have to vote on it at the November commission meeting.
And that was one of my curiosities, was the future of MADCAP, because I had heard that staff was not supportive. Am my understanding correct that we could continue MADCAP, but with their own levy money as opposed to ratepayer funds? Is that correct, Krishna? And water utility could still administer that if the PSC doesn't allow us to continue it in its current form?
Yes, as long as we don't take money from the water revenue, they have no jurisdiction to control the program.
And again,
continue, in other words.
Yeah. And again, what's the date that we believe the PSC will making a final order?
November 11th.
Oh, okay. Coincidentally, the day of our council budget meeting on the budget. Yeah. So.
This is at 9:30 in the morning or 10 o'clock.
Maybe there'll be a quick budget amendment in a matter of those hours intervening there. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you both. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for water? Seeing none. Thank you, Krishna. Thank you, January. And we are on to public health and safety, starting with the fire department. Chief Carbon?
Hey, good evening, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to join you this evening. I'm also joined by Brent Sloat, and appreciate him being with us as well. So by and large, the majority of our budget request was cost to continue. And as I'll look at, asked to speak to cost savings or efficiencies, I think it is worth upfront just pointing out that we've been progressively working down the path of improving our overtime expenditures and burden on the budget. And I'm happy to say that the department over the last couple of years, as we've been striving, we've reached full staffing at this point, which has allowed our creative staffing program to function again, so that days when we are over, we can send folks home and work back days when we are understaffed, helping to save some of the overtime costs towards the city. Also able to stack up send home days for future times when we have stress points on the budget. So that's it's been really wonderful to see that operating again. We're happy to have that at our disposal. Having said that, yeah, we are always, like many agencies, we're always in flux with our staffing. We just sent a group of 10 members off to paramedic school, and so that's off of the scheduling roster. And then, of course, we'll be approaching January and first quarter retirements as well. But the counter to that, we're just lining up our next recruit class, which will also be starting in January. That's a class of 24 students, and we anticipate that that will be enough to get us right back to full staffing again after the impact of the first quarter retirements. Being able to go in at full staffing hopefully will allow the creative staffing program to continue, and so that the burden that we typically see early in the year should be mitigated to some extent, and then with a really good recovery again at the graduation of that class. As I move on a little bit, obviously the biggest item here was our additional request for an ambulance within the 2026 budget to take us to 10 ambulances citywide. We are beyond grateful to see that included in the mayor's executive budget, and are thrilled for that. I do want to take a quick moment just to share with everybody, or maybe reaffirm with everyone, that we take a lot of pride in working really hard, not just on adding staffing to the back end and the response side of the 911 calls, but also really looking hard at our resource allocation and working very hard on the front end to be proactive and try to address the demand before it ever comes to fruition. And what I mean by that is the community paramedic program that we have internally, the community paramedic program that we have that's largely funded by Meriter Hospital, that works on our high call utilizers that align with their high ED utilizers. And then our internal program focuses on our field referrals for our high utilizers. The last year, 3% of our patients created almost 19% of our calls. And so it's very typical in EMS nationwide, but I just want to highlight that the investment of those programs on the front end really helps to mitigate and perhaps delay the inevitable addition of resources on the back end for the response. And so it's a very responsible way, and I'm really proud and grateful that the city's invested in that aspect of our ability to do the community paramedicine. And then obviously the CARES program has addressed a major need throughout the community, and the time in between the CARES staff on the car, they are also working hard on those high utilizers as well. So there's sort of a dual benefit that's going on there. The last component I just wanted to remind everybody of, as I said, we're trying to always look at our resource allocation, study the data, follow the numbers, and be responsive. As we spent the better part of the last year looking at Medic 14, as we ended up doing an experimental project and looking at the data with them in a couple different locations. And we did move Medic 14 out to Medic 11 last year, which ended up showing a 30% increase in transports for that medic unit year over year. So I just say that to highlight that we are trying to continually evaluate and be as responsive and responsible with the resources as possible. Just sharing a little bit more of the background on our request. Our call volume is up 5 to 7% year over year regarding ambulance transports, and the ambulance dispatch rate has been growing at almost 3 times the population growth over the last 14 to 15 years. As we've highlighted publicly, last year we ran out of ambulances over 200 times at the time of a 911 call, and we had 1,800 instances where we had 2 or less ambulances remaining to serve the city. We had 5 units that were over 4,000 calls per year, several of those approaching 5,000, and I think a couple of those will probably reach or surpass that by the year's end here. In comparison, the other paramedic units in Dane County average about 1,300 calls a year. And so probably the biggest piece that I also want to highlight is just the impact that call volume on a day-over-day basis has on our staff. and the ability for us to maintain them in a state of wellness and address the stress and the sleep deprivation that comes with that. Last year, we lost 21 paramedics who went back to a firefighter position. Not all because of that. Some did so due to promotions, but the bulk of them, I think, if you spoke with them, it was a result of that workload in comparison. We did add 17 paramedics. Many of those were folks that we had hired on with paramedic licenses to try to mitigate the cost there as well, and also graduated a full class through paramedic school as well. We fully understand that expenditure restraint is one of the largest challenges, not only with our request, but the budget in general. We did, through our previous budget briefings, we tried to highlight that we do think there's ability to generate revenue to some extent to try to mitigate the costs of additional ambulance resources. Some of that is through call growth. Presently, with the ambulance transport fees, again, this isn't a vacuum, but each ambulance is generating more revenue than the just direct personnel costs for that ambulance. We know there's a lot of supplemental costs that go around that as well, though, so I'm not trying to over glamorize that. But the call growth year over year will continue to generate more dollars. There will be opportunities whenever the time is right to discuss increased transport fees and mileage costs. We are significantly cheaper, less expensive than the Dane County average at this point. And then we're also looking into possibilities for charges for at-scene care only, which doesn't get billed presently, and or lift assist calls, which are a large part of the call volume these days, and those also don't get billed. Both of those are fairly common cases that do receive bills throughout Dane County, but in full transparency, those are not covered by insurance, and so there's a lot of conversation and thought to go in behind that. I'm just sharing that not as a recommendation for today, but out of the awareness that we're trying to do our homework and present some opportunities as we walk down this road into the future if there are needs to generate additional revenues. I think I'll stop at that point. And again, happy to take any questions on that ambulance request or any other aspect of the budget. And also, again, reminding that Brent Sloat is here with me for any of the difficult questions.
Thanks, Chief. Questions for fire? Alder Bidover?
Thanks, Chief. You mentioned that the demand for ambulance service is outpacing the population. Can you tell us a little bit about why, and if that's an anomaly here or if that's what we're seeing around the country?
Yeah, I'll be cautious and say that anecdotally, I believe that that's a common thread throughout the country. I'm not going to be able to refer to a specific study, but I can certainly grab more information on that. I think a lot of it goes hand in hand with some of the information I spoke about, that at the end of the road, the fire department and the ambulance transport specifically are really the safety net for the community. So when people lose access to healthcare, when they're uninsured or underinsured, oftentimes it's the EMS service and then the EDs that fall into that realm. And when you look at that stat that I referred to previously, where we had 3% of our patients making up 19% of our call volume, if we look just 4.5 to 5 years ago, it was 2% of our patients making up 13% of our call volume. So what that shows is it's a lot of patients in increasing high utilizing situations that I think are adding to the growth of that call volume, which I think again just highlights the need for resources and the connection with resources, which again I think highlights the good work that's going on with the community paramedicine, which is designed to do just that.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you a follow-up about that and whether you're seeing performance improvement goals met with the community paramedics in particular, of if you can say we have 20, frequent flyers and we got that down to 5 after the community or whatever you're looking at.
Yeah, it's we probably need to do a better job of refreshing those numbers. The one thing I can refer to is the first year of our partnership with Meriter Hospital and doing that work. We had a dramatic decrease in the visits to the hospitals, and it actually resulted in a $500,000 savings for the hospital in terms of the readmissions and the revisits. And so again, anecdotally or connecting those dots, the same thing is happening with the community paramedics. They are decreasing the visits, which I think would be even higher, but it is you know, as soon as we sort of move some patients off of our rolls, if you will, there's another subset to come back on. What we've also recognized is that a lot of our high demand patients in the community paramedic world, they may reach a point where they don't need as many or as high frequency of touches from us for a period of months, and then we'll need to revisit as they start to come back into the area of needing touches again. And so a lot of times it's not really being able to move people completely off of the community paramedics, but it's about the frequency there.
Other questions for fire? Alder Revere?
Yeah. Congratulations.
Alder, we're having trouble hearing you for some reason.
Hello? Can you hear me any better?
Yeah, there's an odd echo. I mean,
is it better without my camera on, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll keep my camera off for now then. Thank you. Hi, Chief. What I was saying was I'm very happy to see the 10th ambulance accommodated in the mayor's operating budget. So congratulations on that. Could you just share with us, I know it's a question you're probably getting regularly, as to what the process is that you and your colleagues will undertake to determine where that 10th ambulance is stationed? I know that when you and I last talked about it, you had predicted it would very likely be on the west side, and that I believe only leaves stations 9 and 12 without med units currently on the west side. So I don't know if you want to say that much publicly, that it'll likely be 9 or 12, but just what the process is and what the likely timeline is for when the community will know where that 10th ambulance is stationed.
Yeah, no, very good question and very understandable. I appreciate it as well. The best thing I can say is that we're trying to be very methodical and assure that we place it appropriately. The two things that we really look at are capacity, response capacity. Obviously, everybody's used to hearing response times, but a lot of it, as I alluded to earlier with the number of times that we are either resource depleted or out of ambulances, that's where the resource capacity comes in. And when we get the units in the right locations, that can try to keep us from having extended ambulance response times. And so the two are sort of hand in hand. To your point, the last ambulance edition a few years ago did go east, and we're pretty heavily saturated on the east side despite the high call demand over there. So this one, at this point in our data sort of crunching process, we're looking at likely Station 9. Station 12 is really at the periphery, and so oftentimes when we've had an ambulance out there, it's hard for it to get dispatched due to the AVL, the vehicle locating systems, because they are so far out. It's sort of similar to the challenge that we had with Medic 14, where it's so far out that it just doesn't get dispatched to as many calls as it could otherwise. So Station 9 is the leading location there. I think the bigger question for us that will probably lead to an experimental phase is whether we leave Medic 4 where it is, or if we bring Medic 4 down to Station 1. And again, it's really about the distribution of those calls that we're looking at in terms of where their call volume falls and how that works into the capacity. So I know that's probably not a firm answer, but I'd rather be very measured on it and assure that we look at every last metric before we make the decision. But I do think there's a very good chance that we may end up recommending to do a few months with Medic 4 and a few months with Medic 1, and then comparing the actual data rather than our prediction models.
Well, yeah, thanks very much. I appreciate that. And for those listening that might not know where all the stations are located, 9 is on North Midvale, of course. And as you know from our last conversation on this, I have a dream of having a med unit again on West Dayton Street. And so I'm happy to hear that part of your study we'll certainly take a hard look at bringing an ambulance back to the core downtown area, you know, that we lost several years ago. Not that that wasn't the smart move to make, to have med units at 3 and 4 on Willie Street and Monroe Street, respectively. But appreciate that. So what is the timing again, Chief, that you're thinking of when you might have a final determination on even when a pilot might start? Would it be pretty much close to October 1st, or when the budget allows for you to have this 10th ambulance, or would it be a lot earlier than that likely?
You know, my belief is based on the executive budget, it would be the start of the fourth quarter, which again, as mentioned, October 1st, but I think we would work with finance and the mayor's office to dial in exactly what date the budget would support. There perhaps could be an opportunity based on the creative staffing program that if there are some payback days, that maybe we could work to see if it could come up a little bit earlier, but we'd probably prefer to use those just for cost savings, you know, as planned and predicted. So I would hope by May or June, a few months ahead of that, we'll have a final decision made that we can share publicly and be able to answer any questions for communities and neighborhoods.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, is when folks would know. I know that folks on the east side were taken by surprise with Med 14 moving to 11. And so it would be great to get as much notice as possible on that. Anyway, switching topics, a topic that, you know, we've discussed obviously previously, and you touched on it certainly in your opening remarks, and that's the unplanned daily absences and your overtime budget. Could you just talk about the trend? Obviously, the executive operating budget calls for additional overtime resources above current year, and I know that obviously there's an increased compensation for whenever the new 311 contract will become effective, among other factors. But could you just talk about the trend, both the positive and the negative, in terms of our overtime line item and the unplanned daily absences? It's unfortunately been an issue, obviously, that you inherited, not of your making and your leadership by any means, Chris.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and it's obviously a big topic that we're working frequently on. I think if I could, I'll probably turn this one over to Brent just to give the background and the overview on the trends and the numbers, and I can certainly answer any questions or add further to that.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Brent.
Hey. So for unplanned daily absences, right now, if you hear an echo, I'm in my basement, so sorry. So right now we're averaging about 10.48. Last year we closed the year averaging about 9.5, and then 2023 we averaged about 10. So that's again the daily average for the entire year. The first half of this year we were experiencing more overtime compared to 2024, and that was mainly because we ended 2024 with 9 vacancies still. And we had a bunch of retirements at the beginning of this year. So really, we're ending fully staffed this year. We're still going to have retirements in January, but absorbing those retirements is going to be easier because we're not working from a deficit right away. But right now, I'm projecting we'll probably come in around budget for overtime this year at about 3.2 million. Last year was about 3 million. The reason I think that we're going to be coming in around budget, even though we experienced a lot more overtime compared to 2024 in the first half of this year, is that we've been experiencing a lot less overtime compared to 2024 since Class 63 went out into the field around payroll 15. So with that, as Chief Carbon was explaining, we get a lot of send homes, and when we send someone home, they work those days back. And so every send home theoretically results in one less overtime. And so when we're building up those send homes and being fully staffed, we're going to have a lot better capacity to absorb the OT in the first half of next year.
Thank you, Brent. So I'm looking at the budget book now, the budget presentation. And so what you're saying is the 25 projection that's contained in the executive operating budget is actually more pessimistic than you think reality will be.
Yep.
If I can,
Yeah, good.
by several $100,000.
Yep, that mid-year projection was based off of what we were experiencing in the first half of this year. I didn't really I wanted to be more conservative with that mid-year just to see how it's actually going to play out for the second half of this year. And so compared to 24, we are experiencing about 150% of the 24 numbers per pay period. And then since Class 63 has been in the field, we've been experiencing on average about 88% of the hours that we had for the same pay periods in 2024. So the hours, or the OT hours, were bad the first half, and now they're really good compared to last year.
I appreciate that.
So yeah, so that's why I would say it's more than likely going to be closer to budget, and not that more conservative estimate from mid-year.
That's great to hear. So the executive operating budget for 26 for OT might actually be unneeded, and maybe could go possibly to what the earlier colloquy we had about when the 10th ambulance might start. Or am I being overly optimistic when I say that you won't need the entirety of the $3.3 million that's budgeted?
No, I don't think that's overly optimistic, again, because we're fully staffed at the end of this year. Compared to last year, we had 9 vacancies still. So with being fully staffed and building up those send homes every day, and depending on retirements, yeah, we may be experiencing way fewer OT hours, way fewer OT dollars compared to 2025, and we likely would be coming in under budget on that. I would say about $1 million of that 3 is for special events, special duty that we are reimbursed by, say, UW, Alliant Energy Center, all the vendors or customers in the city that use ambulance services. And so about $1 million of the 3, and then the remaining 2 is usually for minimum staffing or paying for OT backfill when we have training, things like that.
Thanks very much, Brent. Appreciate all the specifics you're able to share. Chief, did you want to add anything more big picture on this, Ben?
I'd probably just like to say that I appreciate Brent's specifics as well. No, I think
especially given the late hour, I suppose, tonight too.
Yeah, no, he summed it up really well. I think, yeah, I would just reiterate what he said, so I won't belabor the point.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad that we're able to hear a much more positive outlook, perhaps, than what the budget book presents on the surface. Yeah. So thanks very much. And again, congrats on the 10th ambulance. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for fire? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Brent. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
And last but not least, we will go to the police department, and Chief Patterson is here.
Thank you, Mayor.
As is Teague and Chief Valenta.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As the mayor mentioned, I'm joined by Assistant Chief Valenta and Finance Manager Teague Maurer. So our 2026 executive operating budget maintains our current staffing levels and allows our current service delivery model to continue. It also allows us to continue to be centered on our 3 priorities for this year, which, as a reminder, were our people, our workplace culture, and our service delivery to the community. So this includes focusing on employee recruitment and retention, working to ensure that our police services are accessible and inclusive to everyone in the community, continuing to leverage data and deepening external partnerships to better improve our crime prevention and reduction efforts and our community engagement efforts, working to improve emergency preparedness and readiness, and then advancing the 4 pillars of our strategic plan. So there are no major changes to our budget. Again, services will not be impacted by any cost neutral reallocations. We did have some internal adjustments, primarily the result of adjusting supplies and service budgets to align with anticipated revenue and expenditure plans. With the budget instructions in mind, we did not submit any supplemental requests this year, but beginning at shift change in 2026, we're excited that we'll be able to pursue a cost-neutral experimental part-time program for our police officers in patrol. And we thank the mayor for including that in her executive budget. And to explain a little more of those details, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Chief Valenta.
Thanks, Chief. At the police department, we continue to explore ways to improve employee retention and employee health and wellness. Over the past several years, we've seen several employees depart the organization due to a need for greater schedule flexibility. As you might imagine, police work is often shift work that occurs around the clock without regard to day of the week or to the holidays. This schedule can be difficult for those who need additional flexibility to care for children or aging parents or other members of their family. Some who have departed from MPD said they would have stayed if part-time positions were an option. So with that in mind, knowing that our greatest asset are the people who make up our organization, in 2026, we'd like to experiment with a part-time patrol position. These positions would be at 60% of the hours of a full-time officer. There would be 6 of them that are distributed across the 3 main patrol shifts in our Patrol Services Division, which is the largest work group at MPD. Starting in this part of the organization would allow for this experiment to have the most significant impact on the organization. These 6 positions would be cost neutral, so there's no additional cost to the city, and we would fund them by reducing our annual attrition hire formula, again, basically making this a cost to continue budget. So that's a brief summary, and happy to answer any questions people might have.
Questions for MPD? Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Chiefs and Teague. Thanks for staying with us all night. I'm sorry, the hour. But let me just begin by asking how things are going at the training center in terms of recruitment and retention. Obviously, it's been a big topic really ever since 2020. And perhaps you could begin with your response as it relates to the Accelerated Academy that I believe is starting in the next several days, if I remember correctly. If that number of folks and applicants that qualify for that has met your expectations, and then beyond in terms of how things are looking for the Pre-Service Academy next year.
Well, I can start, and Paige certainly jump in if I miss anything, but we'll start with the Accelerated Academy, Alder. The plan right now is mid-November Accelerated Academy, and it's a little smaller than we've held in the past. So we're projecting to have a class of probably only 2 recruits. But, we've really refined our Accelerated Academy model over the years, and I think we've become much more flexible and nimble with it. And so staff feel very comfortable with the ability to still make this beneficial and pull it off with a smaller group. Ideally, it would have been nice to see 3, 4, or 5 in that class, but we did not have as many applications as we anticipated, or as we've had in the past for a fall start. Now, for the spring, we're right on pace where we've been in the past. If you remember, we took the process about 5 years ago and refined it over the last couple of years. After realizing that, the historical process in January was causing us to lose out on some quality candidates because people were frankly just waiting too long to receive word from us on whether or not they were going to get an offer. So now it's about every 3 months. Assistant Chief Valenta and I are conducting the interviews together of finalists. And we just reviewed the next batch of candidates who we will start interviewing, I think, next week. But that class is going to be around 30. With the part-time program, we are going to voluntarily, obviously, reduce the plan on how many we hire by 3 to account for the part-time positions. And so it'll be in that 30-ish range, but I think we have at least 1 or 2 potential accelerated recruits already for that springtime. Did I miss anything, Paige? I don't know.
No, I think you got it.
And thank you.
And how would you say we're doing compared to other departments nationwide? Obviously, we were very much impacted, like every department was across the country since the pandemic. But how would you say we compare to other departments, at least our size?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be shy to brag. I mean, I think we're doing far better than a lot of our comparable sized agencies. We're fully staffed right now, and I think the attrition hire really helps your police department stay on top of the retirements and resignations that we see every year. So thank you.
Yeah, including our friends down the interstate in Milwaukee, I know are struggling, as I understand.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. And then switching topics to something that all of us on the council hear a lot about, and that's traffic enforcement. And I know you do as well. And we all recognize the constraints of supplemental budget requests and the instructions this summer. But could you, any of you, speak to the availability of federal grants that maybe could help us sooner rather than later with bringing back a PM test team or in other areas regarding more robust traffic enforcement?
The cops hiring grants that we traditionally have pursued in the past typically comes out in the second quarter of each year. So we'll certainly be looking for that, Alder, next year. And that would allow us an opportunity to pursue additional traffic enforcement units.
Do any of you know by chance what the current Federal Justice Department parameters have been in terms of how much of a local match is required? In the old days, it seemed like they funded us almost fully for 3 years and then we're entirely on the hook. But then I heard more recently, maybe it's 50% of the costs, where it would be a 50% match and 50% federal starting at the beginning. Is that something that any of you generally know about?
I see Teague looking. I don't think the formula has changed. Or at least this last spring, it was identical to how it's been in the past. And so the match increases as the years go on. And then if you remember that fourth year beyond the life of the grant, the agency is required to hold those positions for a full year post-grant funding.
And then I know I asked you this, JP, at the last time you appeared before the council as to when the council might receive some findings and analysis by your team as to the summer initiative relating to traffic. Is that something that you have any initial kind of reaction and data you could share with us tonight, or should we wait for your next quarterly report to the council?
No, I can. The memo, the final draft of the memo was sent to me by Assistant Chief Ty last week, and no fault of his own, and I doubt he's watching, but there was
probably watching a game right now.
Probably. There was a slight data discrepancy in the numbers, not by a lot, but just a little. So I zipped it back to him and asked for that to be corrected. But at a high level, roughly 3,300 citations were issued over that summer period, so June, July, August were included. there was, over 760 speeding citations and around 200 red light citations. And the hazardous violations, which if you remember, that's what we asked officers and patrol services to target, accounted for about 78% of the total. So that's good. The thing that's not real good, to be honest, is it doesn't look like it made a huge dent in the total number of crashes that occurred at the intersections. We did see that the enforcement efforts were doing what we hoped they would do, which was target the high injury networks and where we were seeing the majority of crashes occur. But the preliminary numbers that I looked at from Assistant Chief Ty, there was only a decrease in 10 total crashes from this year compared to last year. So we'll firm that work product up yet this week, but I hope to have it, to the mayor and to all of you to review within the next week or so. Next few days, really. There's just some minor tweaks that we need to make to it. So,
yeah, thanks very much. I'll look forward to reviewing that and appreciate the update very much. Lastly, just on this topic, and I think I mentioned this to you, Mayor, in a recent conversation, but over the years, sometimes the operating budget had language in it about granting authority to apply for a COPS grant. And I think there's perhaps maybe a gray area if that's executive or legislative prerogative. Could you just share from the department's perspective what the current thinking is? Do you feel comfortable applying for a COPS grant next spring? And maybe, Mayor, you want to share with the committee what you shared with me when we last talked about this?
Yeah, Alder, our latest thinking, and certainly folks from MPD can weigh in if they have new information, because of the timing of the grant application, it's not likely that we would need a match in the 26 budget. So the conversation that we had is that whenever that application does open, that MPD would run a resolution asking the council for authorization to apply and to accept if awarded. And then we would have a conversation in the 27 budget process about providing the match for that.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thanks for sharing that with everyone, Mayor.
And if the timing changes, obviously we can revisit the conversation, but that's our understanding of the timing right now.
Okay, so it would be a council resolution prior to
just like all the other grant applications that you see come through.
Yeah. Sounds good. Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Did you know how long are you planning on running the pilot for the part-time positions? Do you have a timeline for that?
Next year.
Okay. So it would be nice to have a report at the end to see how that works. So if you can facilitate that. I share with you a memo from the county executive on regards to the detox changes to the programming. Are you doing any projections as to the impact of those? What the impact of those changes will have to your budget?
This is, I appreciate you bringing it up. This, in my opinion, this is a tremendous problem. Just for context, our agency alone averages around 400 admissions to the county's detox center every year. And, the current RFP that the county is working on would not serve those people every year. So they're proposing a pivot for intoxicated persons, and what detox currently serves are incapacitated persons, which is an important distinction. Incapacitated persons were required by state statute to place into protective custody and convey them to a medical facility for detoxification. And so if we take, the county's detox center off the table, which has been in existence, the entire career for Paige and I, if probably decades prior to that. I don't know exactly when it started. We're going to end up taking all those people to two places, and it's a hospital emergency room or jail. And neither one is a good outcome. And both, frankly, are going to add officer work hours to our obligated time. And, I've had some preliminary discussions with some hospital staff, and, it depends on the night, obviously, but if we, worked with the average of 4 hours prior to admission, post arrival to an emergency room with 2 officers, I mean, that's a full officer shift that would be lost on every detox conveyance, which that's time that we would not be able to respond to emergencies. That's time that we would not be able to respond to calls for service. It's very concerning on very many levels, and I don't feel like it's a great way to spend resources, frankly, or to serve people who are really at risk in our community.
So if those changes, if the board is unable to find the money for that and the changes pass, well, then for the 2026 budget, are those extra hours, will those be covered there under overtime?
It will
undoubtedly come back to us for a change on funding.
Well, it'll undoubtedly hit our overtime line, but what the end result is and whether or not we would have to come to this body and ask for an appropriation, I don't know. It depends on how the whole year would play out. But I can't imagine we would not incur overtime with that type of change. This is, like I said, it's been a decades-long resource for people in the community and for law enforcement agencies across the county. And so I'm working with other Dane County chiefs to try to issue a letter, I guess, to the county executive encouraging some renegotiations or reconsideration. But it's not just a Madison problem. It clearly is, across the whole county, but we will definitely feel it here in Madison.
Thank you. I know for my colleagues, I know it's the county budget, but there's a lot happening over there, and it's impossible not to pay attention and see how it's impacting the city. So I appreciate the conversation on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for police? If not, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Paige. Thank you, Teague. That is the last of our briefings for this evening. So motion to recess the meeting until tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. would be in order.
Move to recess until tomorrow at 4:30 p.m.
Second.
Moved and seconded to recess. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we are recessed, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of your evening.